Mic check.
You gotta wait.
And doing a little blurb about it.
Test, 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 test. It's got to be facing that way.
Towards the trans.
All right.
Do you if they want
See what I spent my night doing? And pointed towards the receiver, which I think is over there. Want to try that? Whoop.
Testing.
There you go.
Good morning, everyone. Can you hear me out there? Give me a thumbs up if you can hear me. Great. Good morning, everyone. We're excited to start a new fair. Have everybody here at the parent meeting this morning. There's going to be some good information about what's going on. You see this new screen we've got? We're going to broadcast some information on that. So we should cover some good things here this morning. A couple of things real quick. My name's Rob Smith. I've taken over as the fair manager. But our former fair manager, Lane Parker, has stepped in. And let's all give him a round of applause for all his work. It's good to see Lane here. I've really enjoyed working with him and following up on what he's done. Big shoes to fill, so thanks, Lane. Hey, a couple of things real quick that we're going to start with is just basic things that they've asked us to do. If you could work on keeping your pens clean and where your animals are, keep that clean. We're going to probably have over 50,000 people at the fair this year, and a lot of those will come over here and see animals, see the farm animals. So if you could keep things clean and tidy, that'll really help out. Another thing that they've asked us to mention is no wheeled vehicles, bikes, scooters, keep those off the fairgrounds. We just don't have a lot of room for stuff like that. So keep those things in mind. We're going to hear from the Junior Livestock Chair and also the Sales Committee. So I'm going to turn the time over to John Schumann. He's our Junior Livestock Chairman this year. Here you go, John.
Welcome, everyone. Who's excited for the fair? We, as a Junior Livestock Committee, are also very excited to help put this event on. I would like to personally thank my whole committee that does it, and I would like everyone to thank them throughout the week. This is all a volunteer position, and many of us use our vacation time to volunteer to be here at the fair to help put this on. So please show your appreciation throughout the week for them. We are always trying to do new things to try to make it better. And so if it's a little different than it's been in the past, it's just because we're trying to do something a little different. Last year we did the Parade of Champions, which we are going to continue this year, which will be tomorrow night, and that's kind of a fun event. And so if you don't make it in, you still ought to come in and support those that do. We have several items that I would like to bring up. There's absolutely zero trailer parking in the parking lots from now on. As we continue to grow, we're growing 3 to 5% every year in the junior livestock. So far, our fairgrounds are not getting any bigger. And so parking is a premium. We cannot have any trailers in there. With that said, you cannot double park anywhere either. If you double park someone, even if it's behind someone that you know, that car will be towed. I'm going to follow up a little bit on what Rob said. We expect every animal to have feed and water and a stall clean. And I also expect, as we move animals from our stalls to the ring or stalls to the wash rack, a lot of times our animals sometimes go take a crap in the alley. I want the alley walk clean of all manure and whatever else that there is, just so as the public comes through or as we walk through, it's a clean area. As Rob said also, we can't have scooters, bikes, dogs in livestock areas. We also are frowning pretty hard on the little roping chutes that send out the dummies. We just don't have room for all of this, and so we have to do away with some of those things, even though they're fun. Unlike in years past, when you show, you're going to get a claim card. We cannot redeem those claims till Saturday, 8 to 5 in the rodeo ticket office. If you're not able to go there between those times, you can come to the event center on Monday from 9 to 1 and get your premiums. With that being said, I think those are the main things I have. I'm going to turn it over to the sale, and then we'll introduce each species chair, and we'll give you directions. Oh, I do have one more thing. For all the species but dairy, Ryan Ross is the judge. If you remember him from a few years ago, Ryan Rash is a very quick judge. That means we're going to roll right through our classes. If you are the class coming up, you need to be lining up while the previous class is in there. If you miss your class, you miss out on your opportunity to show. Any questions on that? That's pretty harsh, right? But that's how it is. The same on sale day. If you miss your spot in sale order, you miss your opportunity to sell. We're selling 600 to 700 animals. We cannot stop and wait for anyone. The sale last year went from 9 to about 5:30. To about 5:30 last year. It'll be maybe even a little longer because we have more animals to sell this year. So just please help us be prompt to the ring and to the sale. Okay, Jason.
Testing. Thank you, John. I'm Jason Summers, Chairman of the Sale Committee, and I'd also like to echo John's words and say thank you to all the volunteers and those who helped put this event on. I'd like to personally thank my wife, Ashley, and my family who supports me also. I'm going to cover a couple things real quick. John mentioned the auction and the amount of kids we need to move through the auction. So just to give you an idea, if we have sale 660 a minute, that's 11 hours of time. And so that is one of the biggest complaints we get about the sale, is that it's too long, and it's also that it's too fast. And so if you have grandma and grandpa or somebody coming to purchase that animal, make sure they are aware of the sale order and how quickly it moves along, and understand that when that animal is in the ring, they're only going to have a few seconds to bid. And it moves along very, very quickly. As part of the sale committee, we have two main responsibilities, or two things that we support. One, the sale, the auction, the opportunity for each of the kids to auction their animal and earn some compensation for all the hard work and effort they put out through the summer. And the second is our scholarship program. And today I'd like to recognize our scholarship recipients. If they're here today, if they could please come down and we'll give them a round of applause. But our scholarship recipients for this past year were Abby Nelson, Briley Burnside, Drayson Nelson, Caitlin Schumann, Kyson Jensen, Lacey Christensen, McCade Brown, Malia Bradshaw, Mallory Shelton, Miriam Young, Molly Gibbons, River White, and Rusty Christensen, and Taylor Francis. And while they're coming down here, just a reminder, the scholarship applications are due at the end of March each year. To qualify, they only need to have participated in the Junior Livestock program for a minimum of at least 3 years, and then we have an application that needs to be filled out, and it's evaluated by the sale committee. Each of these, over the past, just this past year, we gave out $18,000 in scholarships, and the program continues to grow. And that's where a portion of the sale commission goes to support this program and to support the general operating expenses of the auction. So if we could give these students a round of applause, thank you. Congratulations. Okay, on to the sale commission. That's always a hot topic, and I just want to clear a few rumors. There's always rumors that we're making money, that we have paid employees. That is not the case. Everybody is working on a volunteer basis. And the sale commission last year, as the auction continues to grow, we were able to reduce that amount. So last year we dropped it from 4 down to 3%, and potentially we can continue to do that. But the people always ask, what do we use the sale commission for? The main purpose is to support our scholarship program. The second purpose is to cover the general operating expenses of the sale, which are things like this big screen, all the printing materials for the sale order, all the things that go into making that happen. That's what those funds are for, and we, all that information, if you need more details, we can provide that. Let's see. I'm going to turn some time over to Danny to cover a couple things, and then Janessa is going to cover our sale registration.
Thank you, Jason. Welcome back, everybody, for another year here at Cache County Fair and Livestock Show. A couple changes for this year that we just want to make everybody aware of is you'll notice if you've gone to the old Cache County Junior Livestock website, that's going to redirect you to fair entry. We made that change as we modify how we're registering for the sale on Saturday. I got Janessa here. We're going to walk through the process so everybody can see that live, how we're going to register buyers for the sale.
I forgot one important part I forgot to tell you about the floor prices. So I've been doing this for 10 years, and this is by far the best livestock market I've seen. And so our floor prices this year turned out really well. The steers this year are going to be floored by JBS at $245. The lambs and the goats will be floored by Producers Livestock. The goats at $310 and lambs at $2. The dairy heifers will be floored by Davis Livestock. The Jersey at $2,700 and the Holsteins at $3,000. And the hogs by Gary's Meat at 74 cents.
All right, we're going to show you how to register for the sale if you are an exhibitor. Okay, this has to be done. If it's not, you will not sell. I know some of you have already completed it. That's great. If you haven't, this is how we're going to do it this year. Really important. I know some of you have 2 species and you maybe don't know which one you want to sell until after your market shows. That's fine. Every market show is finished by Thursday. So this registration will be open until Thursday night at midnight. It will shut down at midnight. You cannot register for the sale past Thursday at midnight. Okay? We have to do it that way. It's how fair entry works. We have to have a cutoff date. That is our hard and fast cutoff date. That also helps us get on doing our sale order so that we can get it printed and out to you guys to make sure you guys know where you're going to sell. Okay? Okay, when you go to register for the sale, you're going to log into fair entry just like you did for your market class or your showmanship classes. Okay? When you get there, this is called your dashboard. It's going to look like this. The only thing that may be different is there's this button down here that says continue work on this. Yours might say begin work on a new invoice. Okay, you're going to click that button. And I have my lovely assistant Nicole over there. If you guys see her, tell her thank you because she's driving for me. Okay, this is going to give you your list of exhibitors. Okay, we've got a couple in here. We're going to go ahead and click on whatever one we want to register. So go ahead and click create entry. The exhibitor sale agreement is the very top one. Okay, you guys see that at the very top? You're going to go ahead and click select. And then you're going to make sure species declaration, sale registration and agreement, go ahead and hit select, and then that choose button. And then go ahead and hit select again. This is going to be the lot that we're choosing. go ahead and click continue. This should remember what club or chapter you chose from your past entries. If it doesn't, go ahead and use the search bar and you can find your club and click on it. And then if it remembered it, there'll be a suggested club right there. You're gonna hit select that club. And then here's where I feel like there's been some confusion, so bear with me. Here you're gonna add an animal, so go ahead and click that add on animal button. Some of you have chosen choose existing animal record. This is a new part of Fair Entry. We played a little bit with it. I need to play a little bit more so it's a little less confusing. Some of you have animals that come up with that random 383 number, and there is not a tag. If your correct tag number is up there, you can go ahead and click that, and then hit select animal. If it's not, and all you have up there are existing animals and none of the numbers match, and if you click view info and it still doesn't have the right tag number, go ahead and just create a new animal and put the correct tag number in. That's all we need is the correct tag number. Don't worry about it like making a new animal for a market show. It doesn't have anything to do with the shows. The shows are set. Okay, what we're looking for is just the correct tag number. If you're really worried about it, I would just create a new animal, put in the correct tag number, and then you'll get to this point. Does that make sense to everybody? Okay, once you have that, we're gonna go ahead and click continue. This right here is tied with our sale agreement and participation waiver. That document was sent out via email. You can also find it on the landing or homepage of Fair Entry. There is a clickable link that you can go and read that document, okay? Right here it basically says, I've read and I agree to those terms. You can go in the drop down, you're gonna click it. You can either say, yes, I agree to the terms and conditions, or no, I do not agree. If you click no, you will not sell. Okay, you're agreeing to the terms that the sale committee has set so that we can function the way we need to for a 501c3, etc. Okay, so go ahead and click, yes, I agree, hit continue. Now, at this point, if you have multiple exhibitors, you can go ahead and click the register another exhibitor, and then it brings you back to the beginning page where it has your list of exhibitors. And then you're gonna do the process over again for your other exhibitors. Does that make sense? Okay, if you're done, then you can go ahead and click continue to payment, and you'll click this after one or all of your exhibitors. It doesn't cost anything, okay, so it should say $0. Go ahead and click continue. And then this basically says we're not going to charge your card. Go ahead and click continue. If you scroll down here, all the way down, there's a little agree. I agree to the statement above. You're going to click yes, and then hit submit. Once you get to the thanks page, you have made it. You've done it, okay? If you accidentally go through this whole process and only did one exhibitor and you get to this page, don't panic. We as managers have to approve your invoice, and then once your invoice is approved, you can go back in and do your other exhibitors. We are looking all the time. It's not just me. There's a whole slew of us over at the event center that are watching that. It should only take like maybe 10, 15 minutes to get it approved, and then you can try again. So like wait a half an hour, and then you can go ahead and do your other exhibitors if you went all the way through. Sure. Will you tell Nicole that? Okay, are there any questions? Mm-hmm. Yeah. Unless you have multiple animals, then you should be fine. Because if you have multiple animals, if you had one that you checked in and one that was an alternate that you didn't bring, both of those tag numbers are going to be in the system. Okay? If you have issues like that, what I would rather you do is go back in and do it again. That way we have it. Does that make sense? With the correct tag number. And if we have questions, we'll go ahead and call you and say, hey, which one is correct? It'll also have a timestamp, so I would assume the one that's the latest is going to be correct. Any other questions? Okay, really quick, we're going to show you how to register as a buyer. So if you guys have people, either you're a buyer or you know people that are buyers, or if you have your buyers that are asking you how to do it, you guys can answer. Okay? Okay, I'm going to go through this really quick and we'll go with questions. Okay, so on here, you're going to go to the Fair Entry homepage. Okay? It's our Fair Entry that's tied to Cache County. You're going to go, hey Clayton, go back a little bit so I can show them where they have to push the button. Go back one screen. Go to find your fair and then do cash. Okay, there are some QR codes that we sent out to the buyers. There's some QR codes that are going to be around here as well that you can scan that take them to our fair landing page. This is the same home page you guys as exhibitors see, me as a staff member sees, and the buyers are going to see. So they're going to come to this page. And you can choose what you want to do, whether you're a staff or volunteer, exhibitor, or an auction buyer. They're going to go ahead and click as an auction buyer. If they need to create an account, they're just going to scroll down and they're going to fill out this information. It's vital for them to fill out this information correctly, just like everything, because this is how we collect their money and eventually how you guys get your money. Okay? So make sure they're doing that correctly. They will create a username and password where they can actually go back in. They can see how much they have spent at the auction, and this is also where they will boost. Okay, I will say that one more time. This is also where they will boost. They will have to register as a buyer to boost. Okay? Once they're in, it may not like my husband because he might already be in there. Okay, once they're in, they create an account. They can just use that username and password. They go back in as a buyer. They put in their username and password. That is going to be where they boost. Once we get the sale order up, that's where they'll see the sale order. And then what's nice is if they're in the stands for the auction, they'll actually be able to see their running total while they're bidding. As we're putting it in the computer, they'll actually be able to see how much they've spent, which hasn't been available in the past, which is nice. All right, what questions do you guys have? For the sale committee, for me, I'm going to have Jason or Danny come over here. Yes. Ooh. Previous buyers, we have, it does not like that corner, sorry. We've wiped our system, okay? Every buyer needs to re-register because we've gone to a different buyer number. Fair Entry now is assigning that, so they need to re-register. If you've bought in the past, we welcome you to come back, register online. If you pre-register, when you come to pick up your buyer number, you won't have to do anything on the computer. We'll just verify that you have a buyer number. We'll give you your buyer number, you're in. Does that make sense? Any other questions? Could be for me, Danny.
Thanks, Janessa. One clarification, if you're an exhibitor and you've used your email address as an exhibitor email address, and then you turn around and want to go log in as a buyer, you need a second email address. You can't use the same email address as the exhibitor email and buyer email. You enter as a buyer.
I remembered one more thing. John talked about premiums. Let's talk about that for just a second. You will not receive a claim card at all. You will not need a claim card from your class. You will not need a claim card to go get your money, okay? All you have to do on Saturday is, from those times, is 8 to 5 on Saturday at the rodeo ticket booth. All you have to do is you have to go up and say, I'm an exhibitor, and you give them your name. They will find your check, and they will hand it to you. Okay? There will be no claim cards. You also, if you can't make it on Saturday for whatever reason, you can come on Monday from 9 to 1, and that will be in the event center, and pick up those premium checks. Did you have a question? Okay. So keep in mind, again, no claim card. Just walk up, say you're an exhibitor, tell them your name, they'll have a check for you.
one item is we're requiring all exhibitors to come in front of this tarp over here for a picture. This year, we've hired a professional photographer to come in and do those pictures. So as you exit the show ring, she'll be set up to take your pictures over here. And the pigs are in the pig barn as well. Okay, just clarification. We have to have that check mark boxed on the sale waiver. We will not sell an animal if you did not select the sale waiver. We're required to do that by law, so please make sure you hit that check box. Another item is we've worked hard to get the Junior Livestock Sale registered with the state as a 501(c). What that's done for us is opened up doors for larger organizations to donate directly to the sale. It's been a feat that we've worked on for a few years. We finally got there. What we're finding out is, as we've gone out and talked to these organizations and companies that required that, they're getting a lot of flyers asking for direct Venmo from exhibitors. And what that's doing is it's undermining their ability to donate to the sale as a 501(c) and then individually as a Venmo. So as a sale committee, we work hard all year long to bring buyers into the stands on sale day to help boost that price up for every exhibitor. And as we introduce Venmo and other means to pay direct, we are really allowing those buyers to stay out of the stands, which is overall going to hurt us down the road. So we just ask that you continue to support the sale, the Boost website, direct them that way, and support the 501(c) so we keep those dollars coming in. Would be a great request from the sale committee. And as just a final wrap up, part of the project is marketing. We hope that every exhibitor is going out to businesses and family members, inviting them to the sale to be a part of the market. It's great that we raise them and show them, but we need to get them to market. And so we just ask that you help us. We're a sales committee of 12 going out to try to find buyers. It sure is nice when we have 800 exhibitors going out and supporting us and helping us that way. Any questions from that? What was that? Yes, the booster's still capped at $50, and that'll continue. The Boost website will be after the sale. And if you just want some clarification on that, why we do that, just full transparency, when we have buyers in the stands that come and support maybe an animal that's not performing well, just to find out that they had a ton of Boost money behind them, it just hurts that buyer to think that they could have supported somebody else. So that's the reason for that. We want to give the opportunity for somebody who wants to donate, doesn't have the ability for a buy, but so we're just trying to blend that nicely. Any other questions? All right, turn the time back to John.
To follow up on what he said, the last 2 years after we've limited the Boost, our sales have went higher, right? Last year's sale, we set an all-time record. So I think that we all ought to give the sales committee a huge round of applause, because without them, you know, the marketing part doesn't go. This year, we're going to have to hurry because our first show starts at 9, but this year, Cache County is partnering with about suicide awareness. So we have Chelsea from Cache Valley Counseling coming in, and she's going to take a few minutes to talk about that.
Okay, tomorrow when you are here, there is going to be the Ignite the Light. It used to be in September because September is Suicide Awareness and Mental Health Month. And we have paired that to happen during the fair, which is really awesome. I'm super excited about it. IHC has donated these purple and turquoise pins. Purple is for mental health awareness, and turquoise is for suicide prevention and awareness. We are asking that every kid wears this pin tomorrow. So I'm going to pass these buckets around. Please, please, please make sure you have them on. There will be people walking around asking for the kids to have them on. We want you to all know that it is not weak to speak. Every single one of us. Sorry, I was here till like 2 a.m. last night, so there you go. it is not weak to speak. Every single one of us is affected some way by mental health, and there will be resource booths tomorrow over in the lawn. There'll be a speaker. The rodeo is also doing a theme of suicide awareness, and we really want to make this a part of the fair and let every single person know that they matter and that there is reason to stay. So please, please, please wear your pins. We'll pass these out. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to turn our time over to our individual committee chairs. They'll give you a few instructions about the species-specific items that they have, and then we'll go to there. We're going to start with goats because they're the first ones on.
I don't have a whole lot. We're just excited to be here and get started. We do have over in the tent city, we'll have a TV going on over there showing the what's going on in the ring, but just know it's delayed. It's not real time. It's going to be a little bit slow. Be ready. We're going to line up right out here under this tent. Be a show ahead. Be ready to go so that we can keep the show rolling and make sure that everybody gets that opportunity to show. Next year, we're going to have a new chairman. I won't be the chairman. Mindy Pratt over here in the corner will be the goat chairman, and so she'll have a lot of good answers and make a good program. That's all I've got.
Hi guys, I'm Casey Major. I'm over the junior beef. Couple things. Please make sure your steers and beef animals have neck ropes on them. To my best count, we caught at least 10 calves last night that had gotten loose. So please make sure they have neck ropes. Please make sure they're tied. Guys, you only need about 2.5 feet of lead. Some calves I see have 4.5 feet and can back all the way in the alley. Please tie them short, tie them tight, keep them there. I'll reiterate what John said. I hope you guys realize the opportunity we have having Ryan Rash come and judge. He is a nationally acclaimed judge. It's pretty incredible. And I talked to people and said, hey, we've got him coming to a county fair. It's pretty incredible that he takes the time to come and do that and evaluate our livestock. But he will go fast. Last year, the steer show lasted, or 2 years ago when he judged, the steer show lasted an hour and a half and he was done. That was less than 10 minutes a class. So if you're in class 1, we're going to start right at 5 o'clock. If you're in class 2, you better be ready by 5:10 and lined up because it is going to go incredibly fast. Make sure, like, we've got some roping and things in the arenas. Please make sure you clean up. Remember, there's going to be hundreds, if not thousands of people that come through these barns, that this is going to be the only interaction they have with production agriculture this year. So presentation matters. You know, have your animals look good, keep them clean, make it so it's a good experience for the public so that we can keep doing that. There are people who are not happy that this show happens every year. So please don't give them a reason to not like it.
I'm Ned Simper. I'm the chairman over the sheep. Once again, Ryan Rash is our judge. Ryan will move things through pretty quickly. So if you miss your class, you will not be showing. So make sure you're here on time. Make sure you're paying attention. I appreciate everybody's help with the canopies situation. There was some there was a mix-up this year, and some of the spots got marked wrong. But I appreciate everybody's cooperation with that. Next year, when you guys register in fair entry, the club you pick is the club that you're going to be assigned to for pens and canopy spots. So if you pick a club, make sure that that club leader knows that you're part of that club, because that's how I do pen assignments. So when you're in fair entry, just make sure you're aware of that. The Pee Wee show is still happening. We will do the Pee Wee show right after showmanship on Friday. I think Jason forgot to mention the goats. The goats Pee Wee will be right after showmanship tomorrow. Any questions?
Hello, everyone. My name is Jason Larson. I'm chairman over the Market Dairy Heifer Show. Super excited to be a part of the Cache County Fair. This will be my second year bringing cattle here. Our judge this year is Mark England out of Idaho. Excited to have him down. Just to echo a few things, please double check your knots when you tie your animals up. Make sure they've got plenty of feed and water to get them through the night. And obviously during the day, for those that are showing in the Market Heifer Show, we're going to have 3 classes, 1 Holstein, 2 Jerseys, and I will get those classes divided and that information to you as soon as I can. Thank you for coming and participating in the county fair this year.
Well, I'm Corey Law. I'm over the chairman for the hogs. I have to write it down because I can't remember my name most days. So I just want to thank for everybody for all their help that's to set up and everything through the summer, putting these clinics on and everything. That's a ton of work. So if you see some of these guys, please thank them. Just to reiterate, we really need to keep these hogs on feed and water through Sunday morning, especially this hot. They have to have that water. So we're still having a few that don't have water on Sunday mornings. So if you would please make sure to fill those waters and have them for them while we load those. So a couple different changes for the hogs this year. Both shows on Thursday and Friday are at 7:30 a.m. So just so you put that down. Parents, we've got a little different setup. We're just trying to make it so the hogs can get down here quicker. We have a set of our old placing pens in the hog barn. We're going to stage you in there. We'll put you in those pens, and then we will bring you down as this first class or 2 is going out. So we're going to be able to pass directions through that alley, but just make sure that you are in those holding pens the class before, because once the hogs leave the holding pens, we have to close the show. So please make sure that you are there on time. Parents, you're going to have to be down here watching. We just got to make this run as smooth as we can. I know hogs are a little different than these other animals, but we got to really push them. And so we're not going to have a lot of help like we do at the sale to push pigs down the alley. So parents, we're going to rely on you to help your kids get to the show ring. We just don't have the help during show days. Sale day's a little different. We are going to do the lightweight, middleweight division, heavyweight divisions this year, like the lamb and goats have. So we'll put a list up. We are doing an underweight class. So that's different from the lightweight this year. Underweight is the pigs that did not make weight. There wasn't very many, but we will have a class for those. Just remember that class is just to show you will be placed, but it is not for the sale. So just remember that. One more thing. Oh, we're also going to do a homegrown. If any of you have seen that, please talk to Andrew Israelson. He's setting that up. That's for pigs that are born on your place and you've raised them. Oh, one last thing. If you are showing your hog this year and you plan on to take it home, you're not going to sell it, please come and tell me by Friday afternoon if you're going to take your hog home so that we can mark that off the list so it doesn't get sent to the butcher. So if you're not going to sell it, please come and let me know. Give me your tag number and your name, and just so we don't get a mix-up. So, okay, thank you.
Okay, we've been here for a bit, and our first show starts at 9, so we're going to wrap this up pretty quick. I'm just going to remind you, when you have the pop-up tents and stuff, you can take your animals out there to fit them and get them ready. There are absolutely no animals that stay in the canopies or in a non-assigned stalling location. If we find out that they are not in their designated spot overnight, it won't go well. Okay? And my last thing is, I think we ought to thank Bart and all the crew, the Cache County Fair crew that helps him. They do a lot in preparation for the fair, so let's give them a round of applause. Anyone have any questions for us? Okay, let's have a great fair.
Right there. Good. So it's infrared to that red bar. Okay, perfect. But yeah, it's that scan that makes
Jared, your beautiful voice. I'm not.
Okay, Dylan's writing down places and heading.
We're about 7 minutes away from the start of the goat show. Class 1, if you haven't started making your way to line up, please do so now. Again, Class 1, start making your way over. Again, also, if you did not scan the QR code for homegrown, that is goats that you were involved in the raising process from birth until now, please come talk to us at the announcer's table or tell them at lineup. But please tell us before you enter the ring. This is for the goats and the lambs. They'll be lining up underneath the canopy right next to the alleyway for the pigs. So when you're lining up, head over to that canopy and someone will be there to check you in. Class 1, if you haven't started to make your way over the show ring, please do so now. That is Mackenzie Williams, Berkeley Williams, Riker Williams, Carly Creech, Stockton Anderson, Lilia Anderson, Tatum Morocco, Emily Hendrickson, Riker Solaris, Kyler Hill, Kiara Folger, Paul Gaines, Eden Middlesworth, McCall Peterson, Nicole Creech, and Noah Pickup. Again, Class 1 of Market Goats. Start making your way over the canopy outside the Cash Arena to line up. ready to get started. Class 1 is now entering the ring. Our judge today for the Market Goat Show is Mr. Ryan Rash from Crockett, Texas. If you haven't heard of Ryan Rash, now is your opportunity to see him judge. He grew up in Crockett, Texas, and grew and showed every species of livestock. During his junior show career, he exhibited 13 Grand Reserve Grand Champion steers at major livestock shows all over the United States. Ryan graduated from Texas A&M University and was a member of the National Champion Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Team. During his collegiate judging career, he was in the top 10 individuals and in the top 10 of oral reasons at every contest he entered. He was a high point individual at 5 contests. He is a co-star of the Beyond the Ring podcast and owns and operates SBCC, a cattle company and consulting firm. He and his family have a club calf operation, as well as a purebred Charolais and Hereford operation. He has judged every species of livestock at shows from local to major level throughout the United States and 49 states and Mexico. And next year he'll be crossing off number 50 in Hawaii. Let's give Ryan a round of applause. Once again, this is class 1 of our market show. Just for an FYI, for those that haven't seen Ryan judge, he goes fast and quick. So if you're in class 2, you need to be by the ring right now, because we will be entering class ring before you know it. In the ring right now, we have Mackenzie Williams, Booker Williams, Riker Williams, Carly Creech, Stockton Anderson, Lila Anderson, Taylor Morocco, Emily Hendrickson, Riker Solaris, Tyler Hill, Kiara Folger, Paul Gaines, Ian Millsworth, McCall Peterson, Nicole Creech, and Noah Pickup. Class 2, you need to be lining up by the ring. That is Paige Coulomb, Sarah Lynn Silver, Cameron Coyman, June Hymas, Abigail Phillips, Hudson Nilsson, Ammon Anderson, Zachary Catamayo, Avery Brindley, Addison Morocco, Cassie Nilsson, Cora Hansey, Maddie Gittins, Laura Hymas, Nicole Nilsson, and Izzy Folger. Again, that was class 2. Start making your way over the show ring. Also, a quick reminder, if you haven't scanned the QR code or told us that you have a homegrown animal, please come and tell us over at the announcer's table. When you exit the ring, over here on your right-hand side, as you exit the ring, there will be a photographer taking pictures. Please do so. These will go to the buyers. These will go to the people that purchase your animal. So please get your picture taken when you exit the ring. Well, good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Excited to be back at Cache County for the next 3 days. This has been a long haul for me. I haven't been home since the 7th of July, and after I leave here, I get to go home for about 4 days. And so this is going to be a great way to end. We've got a nice way to start in terms of the goat show. This one up front wins and wins for fun. It's not even close, it's just being real honest. That's the good-looking, heavy-muscled, sound one. That's the best handling. You add those things up, that one gets to the front in a hurry. So congratulations to them. I think the closer decision is between 2 and 3. I think there's just a sounder structured 1 and 2 that moves better off both ends of the skeletal system. One that I think is good enough in terms of muscle and balance. Just a nice place to land in second. I realize the 1 and 3rd is probably a little shapelier, handles better. I like those things. Gets a little more rigid in terms of rear hock. The gentleman's in 4 is stout and muscular, really opened up in terms of body, wants to break and separate behind the shoulder too much, gets too steep and unlevel in terms of hip placement and assembly. We've got a beautifully balanced sound 1 and 5 that's got to be built wider from the ground up. Went through and talked to the other kids about what I liked about their goat, what they needed, that goat needed to be improved on to stand up higher. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 1. That was Tatum Morocco and McCall Peterson. Tatum Morocco is also a homegrown, so he'll be coming back for the homegrown. In 3rd, we have Kira Fogler. Fourth, we have Kyler Hill. 5th, Paul Gaines. 6th, Emily Hendrickson. 7th, Nora Pickup. 8th, Eda Millsworth. 9th, Carly Creech. 10th, Nicole Creech. 11th, Riker Solaris. 12th, Willa Anderson, 13th. Michael Williams, 14th. Scotton Anderson, 15th. Berkeley Williams, and 16th. Mackenzie Williams. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Class 2 is currently in the ring. That was Paige Cool, Sarah Silver, Cameron Coyman, June Hymas, Abigail Phillips, Hudson Wilson, Ammon Anderson, Zachary Catamayo, Avery Brimley, Addison Morocco, Cassie Nilsson, Cora Hansey, Maddie Gillens, Vera Hymas, McCoy Nilsson, and Izzy Foger. Class 3 needs to be lined up. That is Emily Archibald, Elizabeth Snow, Jaden Anderson, Shannon Anderson, Ruth Israelson, Brindley Creech, William Parker Jones, Ella Israelson, Lila Chambers, Emery Gibson, Jackson Hanson, Earl McCoy Earl, Hunter Burbank, Oakley Eastman, Corbin Christensen, and Benjamin Aldridge. Again, Class 3, start making your way over the show ring. Last call for Benjamin Aldridge in Class 3. Your class is about to enter the ring. Again, Benjamin Aldridge. Please get you and your girl over the show ring.
Another really competitive class, and I think the quality runs considerably deeper in this class. And the first one, once again, the young ladies go up to the front, I think is very solid and a logical thing to do. One that is good structured and nice looking, probably the best handling one within the group, and one that has more than enough muscle. I don't know if that one has an out there part or piece to it that really grabs your attention, but there is nothing that needs to be fundamentally changed or modified on that one. So really good place to start. Again, just like the last class, 2 and 3, that's a closer decision. Young man in 2's got one that's really attractive, long-sided, long silhouette, really good in terms of lines and balance. I think handles relatively good in terms of freshness and firmness. I need to change that one in terms of body type. He's too cylindrical in terms of his body. He cuts up too high in terms of his flank, but he is better in terms of his shoulder, his front end, and the look that he gives in terms of profile. The doe in 3 obviously has more power. She has more whip. She's boulder centered. She's stouter all the way through. With that though, she comes bigger and bolder out of her shoulder. She breaks and separates in terms of her top line. She doesn't hold together in terms of her look and presence quite as well as the one that comes in second. But that pair is interchangeable depending on your preferences. We've got 1 and 4 that is really nice from the shoulder back. A good one in terms of body, soundness, and muscle. That one gets too plain and short up front, not quite attractive enough in terms of a show ring aesthetic. We've got 1 and 5 that is more attractive in terms of head and neck, smoother at the point of that one's shoulder. That one comes to me in too many pieces, wants to break apart up front, not quite as sound in terms of movement, but another high quality class. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back for the lightweight grand drive after class 4. That will be Allison Morocco and Zachary Catamayo. Congratulations. Allison was also the top homegrown goat in that class, so she'll come back for the homegrown grand drive after the heavyweight grand drive following class 15. In 3rd, we had Casey Nielsen. 4th, Hudson Nielsen. 5th, McCoy Nielsen. 6th, Cameron Quinlan. 7th, Maddie Gittins. 8th, Vera Hymas. 9th, Izzy Fogler. 10th, Amy Brinby. 11th, Cora Hansey. 12th, Abigail Phillips. 13th, June Hymas. 14th, Paige Coulomb. And 15th, Sarah Lynn Silver. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
Just a few things, ladies and gentlemen. If you are practicing in the show ring in this tent over here on the south side, that's fine. Just know they will use it for shows, for open shows. If you do use it, you need to clean up after your animal so that show ring is ready for their shows just like this one is. We also have a Jeep, a red maroon Jeep with the license plate, I'm assuming it's Diamond W, that's parked in front of a man gate that needs to be moved immediately or it will be towed.
Quick breakdown of the division drives. Lightweight will be class 1 to 4. The class 4 will have the lightweight grand drive. Class 5 through 9 is our middleweight. The class following class 9 will have our middleweight grand drive. Classes 10 to 15 is our heavyweight. Immediately following class 15 will be our heavyweight. And then our overall grand drive will be tomorrow night. Currently in the ring, we have class 3. That is Ambry Archibald, Elizabeth Snow, Jaden Anderson, Shannon Anderson, Ruth Israelson, Brinley Creech, William Parker Jones, Ella Israelson, Lila Chambers, Emily Gibson, Jackson Hansen, McCoy Earl, Harry Willink, Oakley Eastman, Coleman Christensen, and Benjamin Aldridge. Again, that was class 3 currently in the ring. Class 4, start making your way over the show ring. That is Cindy Aldridge, Abby Jorgensen, Madeline Bowles, McKinley Hansen, Cameron Shank, Chloe Godfrey, May Santing, Haley Anderson, Lexi Catamayo, Whitney Coulomb, Riker Bunting, Luke Stokes, Emma Lindy, Thomas Gittins, Lexi Lucerich, Andy Baugh, and Brooke Coulomb. Again, class 4, start making your way over the show ring. Also, if you didn't get a chance to scan the QR code or let us know about homegrown goats, please come and let us know at the announcer's table so we can make a record of it, that you'll be coming around for the winners will be coming back for the homegrown grand drive following the heavyweight grand drive. If you're a double part over by on the south side of the rodeo grounds, over by the camping trailers, we need you to move now. There's people that are trying to leave and cannot leave because they're double part. So if you are double part, please move. As announced earlier, if those cars aren't moved during the day, they will be towed. Doesn't matter if you know the person in front of you or behind you, the double part cars will be towed at some point.
as we move into Class 3. I think the most competitive top 5, without question, really good pair up on top. The gentleman's up front is one that's just really show ring oriented, awfully attractive and well presented. The best handling one out of here in terms of touch, tone, and has more muscle. That one is considerably better in terms of his top line than the one that stands in 2, both when we have that one stopped and when we put that in motion. Now, I won't lie to you and tell you that the weather in first is perfect in terms of his rear hock, because he's not. And that's why I want to modify and change him. When he goes from behind, he wants to get a little wobbly and unstable in that particular region of his body. Other than that, that is a really, really attractive, powerful one that's been managed quite well. The one that comes in 2 is extra bold in terms of his body, a wide, square-ended one that's just not as correct in terms of his spine and his hip as the class winner. That's why he stands in 2. The 1 and 3 is interesting. That one is ripped up, shapely. She does a great job showing that one. Beautiful in terms of balance and symmetry. There's just not enough body, enough internal dimension. That one is entirely too tubular in terms of his body shape to get up any higher for me. Young lady's got 1 and 4 that is better in terms of roundness of rib, squareness of cage, has some muscle. That one wants to get pretty steep in terms of hip placement, not quite as good in terms of movement. The 1 and 5 is attractive in terms of front end, long and level in terms of side, gets awfully narrow in terms of chest floor, not as cooperative or coordinated in terms of how that one goes off the front end of the skeletal system. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 3. That is McCoy Earl and Corbin Christensen. Congratulations. McCoy Earl is also a homegrown goat, so he'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive. In third, we have Emily Gibson. Fourth, Ruth Israelson. Fifth, Ella Israelson. Sixth, Elizabeth Snow. Seventh, Lila Chambers. Eighth, Jackson Hansen. Ninth, Andy Archibald. 10th, Benjamin Aldridge. 11th, Hunter Rank. 12th, Oakley Eastman. 13th, Brandy Cooch. 14th, Jaden Anderson. And 15th, Shannon Anderson. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We need the lightweight grand drive to start making their way over the ring. That is Tatum Morocco, McCall Peterson, Addison Morocco, Zachary Catamayo, McCoy Earl, and Corbin Christensen. That will immediately follow Class 4, which is currently in the ring. That is Cindy Aldridge, Abby Jorgensen, Madeline Bowles, McKinley Hansen, Cameron Shank, Chloe Godfrey, May Sanzu, Haley Anderson, Lexi Catamayo, Whitney Coulomb, Riker Bunting, Luke Stokes, Emma Limby, Thomas Gaines, Lexi Woolsrich, Andy Baugh, and Brooke Coulomb. Once again, that is Class 4, which is currently in the ring. Immediately following this class, we'll have the lightweight grand drive.
when we get out in this class here. There's a lot of quality, no doubt, but there's some differences, and I'll be honest with you, maybe not that one that just completely punched me in the eye and said, hey, I need to win this class, but there's a lot of good ones. The further we go and the longer we drive them, and I took too long out here, but I wanted to get settled. The young man up front, that doe is obviously the most muscular. She's the stoutest. She's the most opened up. She's uniquely the best handling one as well. You know, she's never going to win a beauty contest in terms of her front end. I'm not going to lie to you. She's a little bold in terms of her shoulder. She's not as show ring oriented as what I need her to be, but she is stout. She is powerful. She handles well, and she's sound, so she gets to be at the top of the class. The one that comes into is a little more attractive, a little soft for me in terms of handle, touch, and tone, and that one wants to break and separate in terms of top line just a little bit. They both have so much more muscle than the one that comes in third. That's the attractive, good-looking one, and if that one has enough shape, enough power for you, that one needs to go to the front. For me, there's just simply not enough there to get that one up any higher in this particular class. We've got 1 and 4 that is as ripped up and as shapely as any of them. You can see from the outside of the ring, that one is too steep in terms of hip, and that affects the way that one handles the rear running gear when we get that one in motion. We've got 1 and 5 on the stop that I like the length, I like the attractiveness. When we get that one going, that one's spine is too tight and tense up high. But another good class, lots of differences. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 4 for the lightweight grand drive. That is Riker Bunting and McKinley Hansen. Riker Bunting is also a homegrown goat. He'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive after the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we have May Sansing. Fourth, Cindy Aldridge. Fifth, Lexi Catamayo. Sixth, Thomas Gittens. Seventh, Cameron Shank. Eighth, Haley Anderson. Ninth, Emma Lindley. 10th, Whitney Coulomb. 11th, Madeline Bowles. 12th, Lexi Bruce. 13th, Brooke Coulomb. 14th, Andy Baugh. 15th, Abby Jorgensen. 16th, Luke Stokes. And 17th, Chloe Godfrey. Let's give these kids a round of applause. In our ring right now, we have our lightweight grand drive. From Class 1, we have Tatum Morocco and McCall Peterson. From Class 2, Addison Morocco and Zachary Catamayo. From Class 3, McCoy Earl and Corbin Christensen. From Class 4, Riker Bunting and McKinley Hansen. Let's give a round of applause for these kids for making it this far. Class 5, you start making your way over to the showing. That is Weston Phillips, Hallie Cawthron, Damian Bomey, Catherine Radnall, Jacob Jorgensen, Jack Toon, Evelyn Milligan, Harry Silver, Amanda Crook, Ellie Brindley, Stella Stetler, Brett Forbes, Bethany Prestwich, Carlo Jacobson, Grady Ashcroft, and Seth Weaver. Again, Class 5, start making your way over to the show ring.
So we get to pick the lightweight champion in reserve. Y'all are an awfully big crowd, but you haven't been a very cooperative crowd, I'll be honest with you, because when I ask for y'all to give applause, or the announcer does, y'all aren't doing very good at that at all. And I'm going to tell you, as we go out through the week, I get angry. I go to a lot of shows, I judge a lot of shows, I look out at the crowd, and y'all look like you are at a funeral instead of at a stock show, and I don't understand why. If we spend this much time, effort, and money on this, we should have a good time. And sometimes that round of applause that those kids get going to be the only one that they ever hear at that fair all week. So when we ask for it, you should do it. These are your kids, they're not mine. You should want to clap for them, you should want to support them, so give them a big round of applause out here on the lightweight drive. It's just that easy. Every single class. It's just that easy. Everyone will feel better. The kids will be happier, and I won't have to yell at you. So let's just keep that up if we can. Good set out here. This is a tough division. I don't remember it several years ago, or 3 years ago, 2 years ago, being this tough in the lightweight. So my compliments to you, a lot better. The gentleman out of Class 1, when we get him in motion, that's my absolute favorite one, there's no doubt. That's the soundest structured, best fitted one that really pulls herself together in terms of how she handles herself, in terms of her range of motion. I think for her age and maturity, she's got plenty of muscle and mass. You know, she's not as long in terms of her silhouette. She's maybe not quite as attractive in some points and places, but that is a sound-moving, good handling one that really is in the thick of this. When the young lady in second gets this one put together, it's hard not to say that's the one, because she does a great job and she gets the most out of that one. That is the best handling one that's in the drive. Got lots of muscle, lots of power. You know, when we put that one in motion, he kind of wants to come apart just a little bit. He wants to get a little low in terms of his shoulder, not as coordinated in terms of his hip and his hind leg, but still one that I like a lot of things about. Gentleman in 3 has got one that handles good, is attractive, show ring oriented, got plenty of muscle. I said in class, and I'll say again, the hock on this one bothers me just a little. It's not as secure and stable as it needs to be, but once again, one that I like a lot of things about. The one out of Class 4, one an interesting class with lots of differences, and that's no doubt the power one out here. There's as much muscle, as much mass, as density as any of them. For me, that one's just not good enough looking to compete in this lineup out here. But a very, very good set. It can be justified a number of ways. I guess the one that I need to change the least with is the young man out of 3. Congratulations to you. Class 1 will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
Congratulations to your 2025 Cache County Lightweight Market Goat, McCoy Earl. And your 2025 Cache County Reserve Lightweight Market Goat is Tatum Morocco. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Right now in the divisions, this goes for goats and lambs, they will receive a banner. We just received word that H&H Livestock is sponsoring buckles for the divisions. We are going to get those on order, and the champions will receive those at a later date. So if you're a grand reserve in market goats or market lamb, this is your division champions. Please contact your species chair, and you will receive your buckles later on. Once again, thank you to H&H Livestock for sponsoring those. Also, one final sponsor of today's show is Wellco. They donated some buckets that every kid in the Division Grand Drives and Division Star classes will receive. Let's give H&H Livestock and Wellco a big round of applause for their support.
Sorry,
You're fine. I have too many papers.
I know. We're trying to figure it out.
Currently in the ring, we have our first class of middleweight. Our middleweight will run from class 5 to class 9. Immediately following class 9, we'll have our middleweight grand drive. In class 5, we have Weston Phillips, Hallie Cothran, David Boney, Catherine Radmall, Jacob Jorgensen, Jack Toon, Evelyn Milligan, Henry Silver, Amanda Crook, Ellie Brindley, Stella Stetler, Brett Forbes, Bethany Prestwich, Tyler Jacobson, Grady Ashcroft, and Seth Weaver. Again, class 5 is in the ring. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
You're doing much better on the applause, aren't you?
I'm probably going to start asking for it more now.
Class 6, you need to start making your way over to the showing if you are not over here. That is Susan Perry, Celeste Hicken, Jamie Hicken, Reese Phillips, Bailey Lowe, Marley Berg, Kyson Koyman, Macklin Christensen, Andy Thompson, Gracie Hall, Matt Rindelswalker, Mamie Hickey, Sophie Peterson, Owen Nilsson, Record Nilsson, and Cassidy Brown. Again, class 6, start making your way over the show ring.
Well, I think a really good way to start the middleweight division, particularly the top three. They're so good out here and so well shown, very professionally put together, but there's a lot of differences in between them. The Paint Goat is the one that struck me the hardest when she first came in the ring, in terms of her look and her presence, and yet I think she's really the heavy muscle, densely made one of the top two. My concern is, and what keeps it close, she's too soft in terms of her handle, and I want to see her leaner and have more tone, and if we could change that about her, then this would be motorcycle easy, but that is in her, and that's what keeps it close, but she has more power and more whip. The young lady's in second is beautiful in terms of balance. I think one that moves good, even though moves maybe a little narrow, very comfortable out here. There's just not enough natural width and dimension and shape up high and from behind on that particular doe to get her into the first place hole, but one that you have to appreciate the structure and the look. Gentleman in third does a great job. That's the ripped up, shapely, best handling option of the top three. Unfortunately, the hip and hind leg are just not competent enough to really run in the top pair, but at one that if you like that one for the muscle and handle, you can justify that one into first with no problem. Little guy here does a nice job with one from the point of his shoulder back. You appreciate the power, you appreciate the width. He still handles it good in terms of his structure. He's too bold and open up front. He's not attractive enough in terms of his show ring look. This one here is one that's very good in terms of touch, tone, and freshness. Structure lands that one in the fifth place spot. Just the most uncoordinated of the top five. But a great way to start. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from class 5 for the medium weight grand drive. That was Grady Ashcroft and Howie Cothran. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Grady Ashcroft was also a homegrown goat. He'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive immediately following the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Jacob Jorgensen. Fourth, Weston Phillips. Fifth, Jack Toon. Sixth, Paula Jacobson. Seventh, Stella Stetler. Eighth, Damian Bamey. Ninth, Hannah Lee Silver. 10th, Evelyn Morgan. 11th, Seth Weaver. 12th, Brett Forbes. 13th, Ellie Bindley. 14th, Bethany Prestwich. 15th, Amanda Crook. And 16th, Catherine Radnall. Let's give these kids one more round of applause.
Another way, huh?
Once again, if you have double parked anywhere on the fairgrounds, especially on the south side of the rodeo grounds, over by the camping, we need you to move your vehicle now. We have people that are trying to leave and cannot because they are double parked. If, as announced earlier, if you are double parked, you have the possibility of being towed some throughout the day. So if you are double parked, please move your vehicle. In the ring currently, we have Class 6. That is Susan Tilley. Celeste Hicken, Charity Hicken, Reese Phillips, Bailey Rowe, Molly Berg, Kyson Coleman, Macklin Lee Christensen, Emily Thompson, Gracie Hall, Matt Riddleswalker, Mamie Hickey, Sophie Peterson, Owen Nilsson, McLeod Nilsson, and Cassidy Brown. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 7, we need you to start making your ring. Over to the show ring, that is Kyler Bagley, Isley Calvert, Amelia Anderson, Joy Norman, Leah Smith, Rainey Downs, Burton Bowen, Tom Stokes, Luke Brimley, John Folger, Lucy Riggs, Mo Jones, Emma Merrill, George Gittins, Candy Harris, and Scotland Harper. Again, class 7. Start making your way over the show ring.
Move it up.
We have a loose goat on the east side of the pig barn. Emma Wimley, tag number 753. If that is your goat or you know whose goat that is, it is on the east side of the pig barn. Please come claim it. Also, if you haven't done so yet, please come let us know if you have a homegrown goat. That is, if you didn't scan the QR code or haven't let us know at this point, please come let us know if your goat is a homegrown goat. If you exit the ring, please make sure your picture is taken. We have a photographer over here with a backdrop that is taking pictures for buyers on Saturday. They would love to see your smiling face and have a picture that they can hang to show that they bought your animal.
Gotta keep moving up. You really good job coloring on there. Very nice. And the front end and levelness of line. Just a little too frail and unflown. Lady. A lot of muscle, a lot of power, just a little too low to the ground and too short. Good job. Long level fun when it just more natural with the movement. Good job, buddy. Out here. Turn that way. Face that way. Three, two, one.
One thing, we've got another very competitive class out here. Lots of differences in between them. The paint goat for me is the one within the top three that is definitely the widest, the burliest, and the most dimensional. One that I think with that added mass and muscularity still goes quite well in terms of running gear and structural integrity, puts together some look and levelness. Once again, and you're probably going to hear this a lot out of me in the goats and sheep, that one's too soft in terms of handle. That one needs to be harder and firmer and fresher, but still a nice one. And I think just so much better in terms of power than the one that comes in second. We've got a long-sided, attractive one that the young lady does a nice job keeping it together. One, though, that doesn't have the natural width, the one that doesn't handle as big right there behind the blade, one that's not quite as collected or organized when we put that one in motion, but still one that I prefer in terms of foot, bone, and feature over the 1 and 3rd. The 1 and 3rd is beautifully balanced and long-sided. Symmetry is there, show ring presentation. That one has just not got enough to it in terms of total product, total width or mass, but still one I like a lot of things about. Young lady's got one that doesn't want to cooperate with her out here. That goat has actually got some true mass and power. You can see, though, that one just doesn't want to hold together nearly as level as we need to be in terms of top line and hip. The 1 and 5 is better balanced and better looking. The stoutest one of the top 5 in terms of pure natural width. That one is too conventional, compact, and jammed together for me. Needs to be leaner. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your top 2 coming back from class 6 to the middleweight grand drive, following class 9. That was Mamie Hickey and Macklin Christensen. Apologies if I pronounced that wrong. We also only had one homegrown goat in that class, and that was Matt Windelsbacher. He'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive, immediately following the heavyweight grand drive. In 3rd, we had Gracie Hall. 4th, Amy Thompson. 5th, Tyson Toyman. 6th, Owen Nielsen. 7th, Sophie Peterson. 8th, Matt Windelsbacher. 9th, Cassidy Brown. 10th, Celeste Hicken. 11th, Marley Berg. 12th, Brady Lowe. 13th, McCord Nielsen. 14th, Reese Phillips. 15th, Charity Hicken. And 16th, Susan Tilley. Let's give these kids a round of applause. just a couple of reminders immediately following class. We will have the middleweight grand drive, and immediately following the last class, class 15, will have the heavyweight grand drive, and then the top placing homegrown goat in each class will come back immediately following the heavyweight grand drive for the homegrown grand drive. Currently in the ring, we have class 7. That is Kyler Bagley, Isley Calvert, Amelia Anderson, Jory Norman, Leah Smith, Lainey Downs, Bolton Bowen, Tom Stokes, Luke Brindley, John Folger, Lucy Riggs, Marley Jones, Emma Merrill, George Gibbons, Cambry Harris, and Scotland Harper. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Me.
Class 8, we need you to start making your way over the showing. That is Lexi Bingham, Ashton, Tilly, Kylie Catamaro, Owen Roholt, Taylor King, Mede Harris, Ray Thatcher, Travis Mon, Lily Nielsen, Josie King, Emery Sorales, Haley Bingham, Taylor Silver, Dane Jacobson, Emery Davis, and Elizabeth Hunsaker. Again, Class 8, starting right over the showing. We want to take a moment and recognize our judge, Ryan Rash. Ryan will be with us the next 3 days, judging all species. If you don't know who Ryan is, here's a little bit about him. Ryan is from Crockett, Texas, and grew up showing every species of livestock. During his junior show career, he exhibited 13 Grand Reserve Grand Champion steers at major livestock shows all over the United States. Rash graduated from Texas A&M University and was a member of the national champion intercollegiate livestock judging team. During his collegiate judging career, he was in the top 10 individuals and in the top 10 of oral reasons. At every contest he entered and was the high point individual at 5 contests. He is a co-star of the Beyond the Ring podcast and owns and operates SBCC, a cattle company and consulting firm. He and his family have a club calf operation, as well as a purebred Charolais and Hereford operation. He has judged every species of livestock at shows from the local to major show levels throughout the United States and 49 states.
When we moved into this class, these two came in together. I think they were 4th and 5th as they walked in, and I figured that they'd end up beside each other at the front of the class. They're both very nice, and there's some differences between them. Simply put, the deciding factor between the two, the young lady's doe up front stays more composed in terms of her look, in terms of her balance and her top line. She's more fashionable and level out of her hip. I think she's the better moving one within the pair as well. There's no doubt the one that comes in second has more pure product. That one opens up bolder with more shape right there behind the blade, carries that advantage all the way through, and it's just stouter all around, but one that's not quite as seamless out of the transition, out of shoulder, in the body roll, in the spine, but both of them handle good, and I think they're quite a competitive pair. The better looking one stands up at front. This is a solid 1 and 3. Sound moving, good body, got enough muscle. There's not enough extras in that one to really run that one up into the top pair. We've got 1 and 4 that handles as good as any of them in terms of touch, tone, and freshness. That's why he gets to be in the top 5. You can see that he's a little frailer in terms of his feature. He's not as correct in terms of his hip. The painted 1 and 5 is good in terms of body shape, got some outed muscle structure. He's got some issues on that one when we ask that one to lead. That's why that one falls down to 5. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from class 7 for the middleweight grand drive following class 9. That is Cambry Harris and Laney Downs. Also for homegrown grand drive, our top homegrown goat in that class was Joy Norman. They will come back to compete for the homegrown grand drive immediately following class 15. Again, to clear up some confusion, the top homegrown goat in each class will come back to compete for the homegrown grand drive. In 3rd, we have Lucy Riggs. 4th, Kylo Bagley. 5th, Jory Norman. 6th, Scotland Harper. 7th, George Gittins. 8th, Emma Merrill. 9th, Larry Smith. 10th, Amelia Anderson. 11th, Isley Calvert. 12th, Marley Jones. 13th, Luke Brindley. 14th, Tom Stokes. 15th, John Fogel. 16th, Bowen Bowen. Let's give those kids in class 7 a round of applause. In the ring currently, we have class 8. That is Lexi Bingham. Ashton Tilly, Kyle Catamayo, Owen Roholt, Haley King, Mary Harris, Ray Satcher, Travis Mon, Lily Nielsen, Josie King, Emily Solaris, Haley Bingham, Taylor Silver, Dane Jacobson, Emery Davis, and Elizabeth Hunsaker. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Class 9, we need you to start making your way to the show ring. That is Ryder Hansen, Sadie Downs, Ava Israelson, Brinley King, Aaron Hendrickson, Anders Harris, Lexi Israelson, Wayne Hymas, Stratton Rojo, Lindsay Balls, Andy Mon, Cayman Hymas, Bailey Trindle, Destiny Hicken, Nicole Welker, and Daxton Craig. Once again, that was Class 9. Start making your way over the show ring.
After heavyweight, after the heavyweight grand drive. It's after 15. We're going.
correction on the homegrown for Class 7. Third place, Lucy Riggs, was actually homegrown, so she will come back, not Jory Norman. Once again, Lucy Riggs was the third place homegrown. That's the top place homegrown from that class. She will be coming back.
We get out here in this top pair, and I think they're fairly similar in terms of type, kind, and build. I think the obvious difference is when we ask them to go around the ring, the young man's, that one just holds together a little better, stays more composed in terms of top line. One that I think is actually the better handling one in terms of freshness. Just a nice solid one up here on top. The one that comes in second has more total muscle, more width, and more power. I like that about that particular individual. Well, I know that when we get that one in motion, wants to break and separate behind the blade. Not as good in terms of a composed silhouette. This one is really ripped up and shapely, handles good. There's just not the sheer volume and muscle and dimension in that one, and particularly on the top side of that one's skeleton compared to the two up above. We've got a good-bodied, sound-moving one that's got to be better in terms of leanness out here, got to be more correct in terms of hip placement that stands in for. The 1 in 5 is one that's tall-fronted and smooth-shouldered, but that one falls out too much in terms of structural integrity within the top 5. Another good class with great kids. Give them a big round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 8, Dane Jacobson and Owen Roholt. In third, we had Kyle Catameo, fourth. Lexi Bingham, fifth. Willie Nielsen, sixth. Ray Thatcher, seventh. Nettie Harris, eighth. Ashton Tilly, ninth. Emery Salas, 10th. Emery Davis, 11th. Haley Bingham, 12th. Travis Mon, 13th. Josie King, 14th. Elizabeth Hunsaker, 15th. Taylor Silver, and 16th. Taylor King. Let's give these kids a round of applause. That is Ryder Hansen, Sadie Downs, Ava Israelson, Brinley King, Aaron Hendrickson, Anders Harris, Lexi Israelson, Wayne Hymas, Stratton Roholt, Lindsay Ball, Andy Mon, Cayman Hymas, Bailey Trimble, Destiny Hicken, Nicole Welker, and Braxton Craig. We need the class winners from classes 5, 6, and 8 to start making their way over for the middleweight grand drive. That is Grady Ashcroft, Hallie Cothran, Mamie Hickey, Macklin Lee Christensen, Cambry Harris, Laney Downs, Dane Jacobson, and Owen Roholt. Again, we need the first and second places from classes 5, 6, 7, and 8 to start making their way to line up. Quick announcement for the showing. If you are along the fence, that includes the front row, please make sure that the people behind you can see. We don't want the view blocked for the people watching. Also, if you are double parked anywhere on the fairgrounds, that includes around the cash arena and on the south side of the rodeo grounds, please move your car. We don't want anyone double parked, because if you're double parked, you cannot leave.
will really have a dynamic duo up here on top, and I'll just level with you, those are by far the best two that have hit the gate all day long. It's not even close. It's a shame that they come in the same class, because the thing about dynamic duos, somebody's got to be Batman and the other one's going to be Robin. And today, the gentleman's got Batman for me. I think they're both really good. That's the one I prefer in terms of touch, tone, and most importantly, in terms of structure. When that one comes at me and away from me, that one is more correct in terms of range of motion, touches down square up front. One that's just, I think, a little better built and handles better. Now, I'm not going to tell you that that one is perfect, because the one in second is actually longer in terms of silhouette and leveler. Right there, that transitions out of spine into hip. Those are the things that I appreciate more about that one. I do think that that one up front, though, has got a great look when it gets in place, and Steel One is just better structured and better handling. Young Ladies in second is really good in terms of total length, has some natural power and shape. I think that's relatively close, even though this one is softer to the touch. My only issue with this one is this one just wants to get a little off there in terms of how that one moves, particularly up front in terms of knee and down to the surface, but that is getting hypercritical on an outstanding pair of goats. The one in third is good, Young Ladies, solid. Sound moving and nice structured, one that's good to look at, just not as extra or exaggerated as those top two. We've got one in four that's got all the muscle and power that you could ever need. He gets too straight and restricted in terms of his rear hog. The one in five is one that's really tall-fronted and long-sided, not as good in terms of hip placement or assembly. That was the toughest class with a dynamic pair on top. Give them a good round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back for the middleweight grand drive. That is Ryder Hansen and Nicole Welker. Nicole is also a homegrown goat, so she could be coming back for the homegrown grand drive, mainly following the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Ava Eagleson. Fourth, Daxton Craig. Fifth, Bailey Trimble. Sixth, Lexi Israelson. Seventh, Sadie Downs. Eighth, Stratton Roholt. Ninth, Bentley King. 10th, Anders Harris. 11th, Destiny Hicken. 12th, Wayne Hymas. 13th, Lindsay Balls. 14th, Aaron Hendrickson. 15th, Andy Mon, and 16th, Cayman Hymas. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
As we get ready to get the grand and reserve and place the top end and the middles out here, y'all pepped up as a crowd. I appreciate your enthusiasm. Keep it going. Give them a big round of applause out here. And why it's a really, really good drive. There's a lot of quality all the way through. If you listen in that last class at all, you know what's about to happen. Those 2 out of 5 are grand and reserve. Congratulations to them.
Class 10, we need you all showing immediately. Your class is minutes from entering the showing. That is Peyton King, Christian Weaver, Levi Burns, Charlie Summers, Emma Timke, Nash Davis, Landon Fogel, Parker Manning, Summer Harris, Tatum Anderson, Bailey Burns, Alice Riggs, Ansel Nilsson, Billy Nilsson, and Jens Nilsson. Again, Again, we need Class 10 over to the show ring right now. Your seconds from entering the show ring. Congratulations to your 2025 Grand Middleweight Market Goat Ryder Hansen. Congratulations to your 2025 Reserve Middleweight Market Goat Nicole Roker. And third, we had Dane Jacobson. Fourth overall, Camby Harris. Fifth, Grady Ashcroft. Sixth, Mamie Hickey. Seventh, Holly Coughlin. Eighth, Laney Downs. Ninth, Macklin Christensen. 10th, Owen Roholt. Let's give each of those kids a round of applause. Entering the ring, we have Class 10. That is Peyton King, Christian Weaver, Levi Bones, Charlie Summers, Emma Timke, Nash Davis, Landon Fogel, Parker Manning, Summer Harris, Tatum Anderson, Bailey Burns, Alice Riggs, Ansel Nilsson, Billy Nilsson, and Jens Nilsson. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 11. We need you to start making your way to the show ring. That is Zoe Peacock, Peyton Summers, Lucy Summers, Ivy Perry, Violet Taylor, Gracie Godfrey, Casey Taylor, Brody Thompson, Mackley Harper, Aiden Helam, Bailey Stokes, Autumn Radmo, Easton Thatcher, Haley Summers, and Jack Summers. Again, now it's Class 11. We need you to start making your way over the show ring. Shout out to a couple of sponsors that I failed to mention earlier. H&H Livestock has generously donated money to sponsor the division buckles for goats and lambs. So if you are a division champion in goats or lambs, your buckles will be on order and you'll receive them at a later date. Please contact your species chair for details on how to receive those. Also, everyone in the division star classes will receive a bucket that was donated by Wellco. Let's give both of those sponsors a round of applause for their support. Another reminder, if you have a homegrown goat and have not scanned the QR code or let us know that your goat is a homegrown goat, please let us know so we can keep track of who will be in that grand drive.
So we get out here in this particular class. I think the top three were the ones that I saw from the onset that needed to come to the top. There's some differences in between them. The gentleman's up front is just a little more elevated all the way through, particularly in terms of chest floor and shoulder height, one that's a little more extended all the way. Probably one that is a notch leaner than the one that comes in second. They're both a little soft in terms of handle, but I do think that one's in leaner. I just think that one's better built. She studied that one up high. There's no doubt the one in second is more powerful. That one is pulled apart, open, wider, has more true muscle shape and power. Getting a little soft and a little chubby for me in terms of touch and tone. We got a real attractive, good-looking one in third that simply does not have enough muscle. Up high and behind to run with the top two. 1 and 4 is sound structured and nice looking. Gets too steep in terms of hip. The 1 and 5 is one that I like the roundness of rib in the body. That one breaks too much behind the shoulder. Another good class. Give these kids a big round of applause.
Congratulations to your top two coming back for the heavyweight grand drive following class 15. That is Andrew Nilsson and Billy Nilsson. Congratulations to those two. We also had one homegrown in that class, and that was Alice Riggs. She will come back for the homegrown grand drive immediately following the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Tatum Anderson. Fourth, Alice Riggs. Fifth, Summer Harris. Sixth, Charlie Summers. Seventh, Parker Manning. Eighth, Levi Burns. Ninth, Jen Nielsen. 10th, Bailey Burns. 11th, Nash Davis. 12th, Peyton King. 13th, Landon Folger. 14th, Christian Weaver. 15th, Emma Timke. Let's give each of those kids a big round of applause. We have a silver Jeep that is parked next to the livestock gate that needs to be moved ASAP. The license plate is U631DC. Again, a silver Jeep parked by the livestock gate over here on the west side of the cash arena that needs to be moved ASAP. Move it as soon as possible before it gets towed. Currently in the ring, we have Class 11. That is Zoe Peacock, Peyton Summers, Lucy Summers, Ivy Perry, Violet Taylor, Gracie Godfrey, Casey Taylor, Brody Thompson, Mackley Harper, Aiden Helam, Bailey Stokes, Autumn Radamall, Easton Thatcher, Haley Summers, and Jack Summers. Again, that was Class 11, which is currently in the show ring. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We need Class 12 to start making their way to the show ring. That is Porter Park. Max Toon, Brenley Ballard, Paige Summers, Katie Lauder, Jackson Lindy, Chance Earl, Allie Israelson, Dax Norman, Everett Nielsen, Kendall Norman, Alice Milligan, Allison Balls, J.C. Pratt, and Sophie Park. Once again, that was Class 12. Start making your way over to the show ring.
Have a nice pair up here on top. We're going to initiate with the young ladies paint gold. I just think that's the better moving one that stays more composed. When we ask that one to travel around the ring, obviously one that's got some natural width, some power and shape. This thing handles reasonably well, maybe not the firmest handling one we had, but still a good one. The one that comes into one that I like in terms of the fact that that's a sound-structured one in terms of structural build, one that's still good enough in terms of chest floor, handles better than the one that comes in first, and that's why this is close. That's actually the firmest, freshest one to the touch within the pair. You know, he's not really doing as much to keep that one's front end together, and then when we let that one go around the ring, just wants to come apart just a little bit. I think that's a very close pair. They both did a nice job. This one here is as powerful and shapely as any of them, just too soft for me. Young lady needs to be leaned up. The 1 and 4 is leaner, longer, and more extended. One that's not as correct or competent in terms of hip and hind leg. We've got 1 and 5 that's round-bodied, good in terms of freshness, needs to be more attractive and sounder. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two that will be coming back for the heavyweight grand drive following class 15. That is Lucy Summers and Aiden Heavem. We also had one homegrown goat in that class, and that was Mackley Harper. She'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive immediately following the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Zoe Peacock fourth, Brody Thompson fifth, Casey Taylor sixth, Jack Summers seventh, Autumn Radlaw eighth, Ivy Perry ninth, Peyton Summers 10th, Violet Taylor 11th, Easton Thatcher 12th, Haley Summers 13th, Gracie Godfrey 14th, Bailey Stokes, and 15th, Mackley Harper. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have Class 12, which is Porter Park, Max Toon, Brinley Ballard, Paige Summers, Katie Lowder, Jackson Lindley, or Chance Earl, Allie Israelson, Dax Norman, Everett Nielsen, Kendall Norman, Alice Milligan, Allison Balls, J.C. Pratt, and Sophia Park. Let's give these kids a round of applause. correction on what I've been announcing. Heavyweight will be following Class 13. So we'll have the Class 13, the Heavyweight Grand Drive, then the Homegrown Grand Drive. Also a reminder, the Grand and Reserve from each division will come back tomorrow for the overall Grand Drive at 6 p.m. or following the market show, or following the market beef show. We need Class 13 to start making their way to the show ring. That is Bliss Pettingale, Natalie Taylor, Brittany Hoth, Natalia Tozer, Eliza Davis, Wyatt Mon, Macy Earl, Avery Hess, Madeline Park, Kylie Jorgensen, Duncan Schwanevelt, Lincoln Burns, Tommy Hicken, Paisley Krog, and Benson Thatcher. Again, Class 13, start making your way over the show ring.
Well, I think this is the same song, second verse of the fifth class and middle division. We've got a pair of hammers up here on top, and they are both super good in a lot of different ways. There's some minor comparative notes in between the two of them, but these two, it's tough to find two this good at a county fair, and you've already found two others that are very similar, so the quality of this show is greatly elevated since the last time I've been here. For me, the greatest difference between the two is when I touch them, that's the best handling one that's hit the goat all day long, without a doubt, without question in my mind. The tone, the tensity, the freshness, it is spot on. And then when I ask the two gentlemen who do such a good job putting them together to lead them around one more time, that one just stays more composed, particularly right there behind his shoulder blade when we get them in motion and let them go around the ring. Now, there's no question that the gentleman's in second is a little more wicked looking to his front end, because he's leaner in terms of his throat lash. He's just more elevated in terms of his chest floor and shoulder. He's a great looking one when the young man gets him stacked. One that's still got a lot of power and a lot of muscle. That's a good handling goat. That's an exceptional handling goat. And as I said, he just wants to break just a shade when we get him in motion. But I like those two quite well. Congratulations to both. We had a good solid one in third, but sound moving, good enough in terms of work, just not as extra as exaggerated as the class winner. The 1 and 4 is unique. She's powerful, she's shapeless, she's stout. Her center of gravity is too low to the chips. She's got to be more extended in terms of her length, but just a really one that is truly dimensional in terms of shape. The 1 and 5 is one that handles very good in terms of freshness out here, still good enough in terms of muscle, wants to be one that comes apart at the seams in terms of silhouette and overall show ring presence. Another excellent class, two iffy ones up front. Give them a nice round of applause. applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from class 12. That is J.C. Pratt and Chance Earl. Congratulations to those two. Our high placing homegrown goat in that class was Allie Israelson. She'll come back to compete following the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Max Toon. Fourth, Ali Israelson. Fifth, Dax Norman. Sixth, Sophie Park. Seventh, Everett Nielsen. Eighth, Kendall Norman. Ninth, Paige Summers. 10th, Alice Milligan. 11th, Allison Balls. 12th, Katie Lowler. 13th, Jackson Lindley. 14th, Porter Park. And 15th, Wendy Ballard. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
What?
In the ring currently, we have class 13, our final class. That is Bliss Pettingill, Natalie Taylor, Brinley Hoff, Natalia Tolliver, Eliza Davis, Wyatt Mon, Macy Earl, Avery Hess, Madeline Park, Kylie Jorgensen, Duncan Tremontvelt, Lincoln Burns, Tommy Hicken, Paisley Krog, and Benson Thatcher. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We need the first and second places from classes 10, 11, and 12 to start making their way to the show ring to line up. That is Ansel Nilsson, Billy Nilsson, Lucy Summers, Aiden Heatham, J.C. Pratt, and Chance Earl. Again, we need the first and second places to come line up for the heavyweight grand drive. First and second places from classes 10, 11, and 12. if you have a homegrown ram and have not scanned the QR code or let us know, you come tell us at the announcer's table at any point before they show, and we will make note of it so we can keep track who will come back for the homegrown ram grand drive.
Really another high-quality set out here. I like the top three quite well. There's some differences in between them. The young lady's up in the front. That one has as wild of pieces as any that we've seen because that one's radically cool-fronted, tremendously styled in terms of having a huge back and really, really thick, a big-legged creature. All of those things are good. He's by far the one that I prefer the most in terms of touch, tone, handle, and freshness within the top three. Why is it close? Well, you can see that one wants to break and separate right behind his shoulder, and then when we get that one in motion, he needs to be more correct and secure in terms of the way that he handles himself from hock to surface. But he's just got such intriguing parts and pieces, and he's so much better in terms of handle. I think he needs to win. The solid, structured, surest-footed one that I like in terms of build comes in two. That's the one that really gets out here quite effortlessly, one that I think is okay and more than ample in terms of muscularity, just not as powerful as the ones on either side, and one that wants to be a shade soft in terms of handle. Young Ladies in third is really good in terms of a look, presence, and yet one that's still got plenty of power and shape. That one just gets entirely too restricted in terms of hip and rear hot for me to elevate that one into the top pair, but all three of those are very, very good. We've got one coming next that I like the good structural build, one that's round in terms of rib, runs out of muscle in the top five. The paint goat that finishes out, really a bold-backed, big opened up one that's got to be better looking and sounder. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming. Congratulations to our top 3 coming back from class 13. That is Macy Jo Earl, Kylie Jorgensen, and Paisley Krogh. From class 13, in 4th, we had Benson Thatcher, 5th. Lincoln Burns, 6th. Tommy Hickens, 7th. Avery Hess. 8th, Madeline Park. 9th, Bimby Hoth. 10th, Duncan Schwanevelt, 11th. Natalia Tolliver. 12th, Bliss Pettingill. 13th, Wyatt Mon. 14th, Natalie Taylor. And 15th, Eliza Davis. Currently in the ring, we have a heavyweight grand drive. From class 10, we have Angela Nielsen, Billy Nielsen. Class 11, Lucy Summers, Aiden Heathen. Class 12, J.C. Pratt, Chance Earl. And class 13, Macy Jo Earl, Kylie Jorgensen, and Paisley Krogh. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Also, a quick shout out to our sponsors. H&H Livestock has sponsored the division buckles. We don't have those yet. So the division champions from goats and lambs will receive a buckle. They will be on order. Please contact your species chair for details on how to receive those. Also, Wellco provided some buckets that everyone in the Star Class division drives will receive a bucket. Let's give both of the sponsors a round of applause.
Well, a really competitive way to finish up the market goat division and the heavyweights out here. I think in terms of top-end quality, definitely the strongest division that we've seen. Give them all a big round of applause. And not to take anything away from the first and second out of the top 2 classes, but the heat is back here with these 5. I asked that third one from the last class to come back because I thought that one definitely deserved to be back out here. And again, it's close. I think there's just one that is just so good built and so good structured, just holds itself together so flawlessly out here. And one, I'm not going to tell you that that's just the wild out there one of the group, because that one's not. And maybe I could change that one just a little and make that one a little stouter legged. But man, I like this one from class 3 here, young man. You're going to be the champion. We're going to follow up with the one that was second in that class to be reserved. Give him a nice round of applause.
Real quick, we need our homegrown top lamb from each class. So if I announced your name earlier, please make your way back to the ring to line up. Congratulations to your 2025 heavyweight market goat exhibited by J.C. Pratt. And congratulations to your 2025 reserve heavyweight market goat exhibited by Chance Earl. In third overall, we had Macy Jo Earl. 4th, Kylie Jorgensen. 5th, Paisley Krogh. 6th, Lucy Summers. 7th, Aiden Heelan. 8th, Anzo Nilsson, and 9th, Billy Nilsson. Let's give each of those kids a round of applause. The homegrown goats that will be coming back are from Class 1, Tatum Morocco, Class 2, Addison Morocco, Class 3, McCoy Earl, Class 4, Riker Bunting, Class 5, Grady Ashcroft, Class 6, Matt Riddleswalker, Class 7, Lucy Riggs, Class 9, Nicole Welker, Class 10, Alice Riggs, Class 11, Mackley Harper, and Class 12, Allie Israelson. If you are not already by the show ring, please come over now. Also a reminder about the division champions. If you are grand reserve in your division, you'll come back to compete tomorrow at 6 p.m. or when the market steer show ends. We will select grand and reserve from each species then. Also, announcement for our sheep people. We are still planning at 12:30. So we are about 54 minutes away from the Market Lamb show. So be ready and keep that in mind. We will be starting at 12:30. Currently in the ring, we have our homegrown market goat grand drive. Each of these goats were raised by the kids exhibiting them from the moment they were born to now. These kids from Class 1, Tatum Morocco, Class 2, Addison Morocco, Class 3, McCoy Earl, Class 5, Grady Ashcroft, Class 6, Matt Windelsbacher, Class 7, Lucy Riggs, Class 9, Nicole Welker, Class 10, Alice Riggs, Class 11, Mackley Harper, and Class 12, Allie Israelson. Let's give each kids a round of applause.
Well, this is a neat deal. Not every county fair recognizes the kids that breed their own and bring them to the fair, and so I think it is nice that Cache County does highlight this part of it. It's not easy to do. Once again, as the announcer said, give them a big round of applause out here. And several of these have won classes. You've got some division and reserve division champions out here, so quite competitive. The two that stick out for me, this is the grand champion right here, young lady. Congratulations to you. Gentleman standing third in line will be reserved. Congratulations to him.
The 2025 Homegrown Market Goat is exhibited by Nicole Welker. And your 2025 Homegrown Reserve Market Goat is exhibited by McCoy Earl. Let's give these kids another round of applause.
Our sheep show will resume at the scheduled time of 12:30, just so everybody knows.
We're about 7 minutes away from the Market Lamb Show, so if you're in Class 1, start making your way over the ring. Our judge is Ryan Rash, and he moves pretty quickly. So pay attention to where we are in the ring, and make sure you're here on time, because we move through the show pretty fast. Also, if you have a homegrown lamb and have not scanned the QR code or told us yet, please come see me at the announcer's table. And that means that you are involved in the breeding, the lambing process, and the raising process. You've owned that lamb since it was born. So if you fit in that category, please come tell us at the announcer's table so we can keep track of it and know who will be in that grand drive. We will be starting the Ram Show here shortly. If you're in Class 1, you should be by the ring. If you are not, please come by the ring now. In Class 1, we have Lola Ripplinger, Hadley Allman, Ella Mae Newman, Liam Riley, Caden Owen, Delaney Jensen, Zach Gotchner, Benson Bell, Mackenzie Jensen, Caleb Sorensen, Bentley Francis, Felicity Hoxie, Kayla King, Zane Abbott, Zachary Owen, and Jonah Bronson. Again, that is Class 1. If you are not by the ring already, make your way over here now. While we're getting our show started, I'll introduce our judge. Our judge is Ryan Rash from Crockett, Texas. And if you don't know who he is already, I'll tell you a little bit about him. He grew up showing every species of livestock. During his junior show career, he exhibited 13 Grand or Reserve Grand Champion steers at major livestock shows all over the United States. Rash graduated from Texas A&M University and was a member of the National Champion Intercollegiate Livestock Judging Team. During his collegiate judging career, he was in the top 10 individuals and in the top 10 of oral reasons at every contest he entered, and was the high point individual at 5 contests. He is a co-star of Beyond the Ring podcast, and he owns and operates SBCC, a cattle company and consulting firm. He and his family have a covered calf operation as a purebred Charolais Hereford operation. He has judged every species of livestock at shows from the local to major show level throughout the United States and 49 states, Canada, and Mexico, and next year he'll be crossing off State 50 in Hawaii. Let's give him a round of applause for coming out today. Entering the ring, we have Class 1. This is Rhoda Riplinger, Hadley Allman, Ella Mae Newman, Liam Riley, Kaden Owen, Delaney Jensen, Zach Gotchner, Benson Bell, Mackenzie Jensen, Caleb Sorensen, Bentley Francis, Felicity Hoxie, Kayla King, Zane Abbott, Zachary Owen, and Jonah Brunson. Let's give these kids a round of applause. One additional reminder, if you haven't told us that you have a homegrown lamb, please do so before you show. That way we can keep track and announce who will be in the homegrown grand drive following the heavyweight grand drive. Class 2, if you can start making your way over to the show ring, that is Chance Christensen, Melena Bainu, Olivia Jensen, Cedar Werner, Duke Taylor, Baylor Christensen, Jet Richards, Gordon Reed, Shirley Young, Cash Gotchner, Will Christensen, Paisley Jessup, Taylor King, Thomas Thatcher, Bergen Riley, Carson Bell. Again, that is Class 2. Start making your way over the show ring.
Okay, as we get started in the sheep show, we've got a lot of classes and a lot of sheep, and we're doing it the exact same way we did the goat show. They're going to come in, they're going to button you over there, we're going to profile, and we're going to pull them back. So if you've got a kid back there and they don't know how it goes, help us out up here and make sure they know where they need to go and how it does. We're doing it the exact way, same time, all the way through, so it's not going to change, and that helps everybody out here if they know where they need to go. So just a little FYI. Really good class to start out with. I like the top two quite well. The fundamental difference that I read in the two sheep is the young lady sheep at the start is more elevated and escalated in terms of front end, chest, floor, and shoulder. That one is just a little more lead in terms of look up front. They both handle good. They have muscle. They're sound moving ones. I like those. Just a little better looking option that comes in two. I will tell you that the one that comes in second opens up with more topside power and mass, particularly when I get my hands on him. I like that about him. He's just a little lower set in terms of his shoulder, one that's not quite as elegant up front, but a very nice one. We've got a sheep in third that's sound moving, attractive, and good in terms of just natural look. One, though, that just doesn't have the power and overall width of the two up above. Beautiful sheep here in 4-1. The blue sheep, so gorgeous in terms of lines and bellies. There's just not enough foot and bone in that particular individual. Wants to taper and heighten in terms of flank just a little bit. This is a muscular stout sheep that is the best handling one that comes in 5. Watch that one exit the ring. You'll see what the problem is. That one is too tight and tense in the top side of that one's spine. Give him a nice round of applause. A good way to start.
Quick reminder, as you exit the ring, we have a backdrop and a photographer over here that will take your picture for the buyers on Saturday. So make sure you get your picture taken because these buyers want to know whose animal they just bought, and they want to be able to hang that picture in their business. And as you exit, please come line up on the far wall, on that south wall, so we can get the ring clear and the next class in quickly. For Class 1, the top two coming back for the lightweight grand drive after Class 5 will be Hadley Allman and Felicity Hoxie. Also, our top homegrown lamb in that class was Jonah Brunson. He'll come back to compete after the heavyweight grand drive. In third, we had Mackenzie Jensen. Fourth, Jonah Brunson. Fifth, Zane Abbott. Sixth, Caleb Sorensen. Seventh, Ella Mae Newman. Eighth, Delaney Jensen. Ninth, Bentley Francis. 10th, Zachary Owen. 11th, Rhoda Riplinger. 12th, Zach Gotchner. 13th, Liam Riley. 14th, Kayla King. 15th, Benson Bell. And 16th, Caden Owen. Let's give these kids another round of applause.
How many kids are in this class?
Currently in the ring, we have Class 2. which is Chance Christensen, Melena Bamey, Olivia Jensen, Cedar Werner, Duke Taylor, Baylor Christensen, Jet Richards, Gordon Reed, Shaylee Young, Cash Gotchner, Will Christensen, Paisley Jessup, Taylor King, Thomas Thatcher, Bergen Riley, and Karsten Bell. Let's give these kids in the ring a round of applause. A quick rundown of how our divisions will work today. Class 1 through 5 will be our lightweight. Immediately following Class 5, we'll have our lightweight grand drive. Classes 6 to 11 is our middleweight. Immediately following Class 11, we'll have our middleweight grand drive. Classes 12 through 16 is our heavyweight grand drive. Immediately following Class 16, we'll have our heavyweight grand drive. Immediately following our heavyweight grand drive, we'll have our homegrown grand drive. Every top homegrown lamb in each class is invited to come back and compete for a belt buckle and a banner. Class 3, if you can start making your way over the showing, that is Kaisley Hoff, Kason Hoff, Andon Lord, Sawyer Nilsson, Lilybell White, Stone Bedrillo, Indiana Bird, Kaylee Jones, Zealand Anderson Lusk, Tayson Hansey, Lucy Alsup, Spencer Newman, Brooke Smith, Addison Adelson, Navy Tallman, and Allison Montgomery. Again, that was Class 3. Start making your way over the showing. Also, if you have a homegrown lamb and have not let us know yet that you have a homegrown lamb, please come see us at the announcer's table so we can make note of it.
I think the young ladies is a very logical class winner out here. That is the best looking sheep in the arena. That is by far the soundest structured of the top end, and yet I think very proportional in terms of muscle, width, and power, and a good enough one in terms of handle. So just a very solid place to start. I think 2 and 3 are a little closer. The gentlemen's in 2 got a tremendous amount of natural shape, width, and power, and 1 is just bolder. Everywhere you analyze that one, I realize that that one doesn't gel together quite as nicely in terms of shoulder transition into body wall, not as level in terms of lines and balance, but there's just more to that one in terms of pure product. The one that comes in 3 is more in terms of silhouette, like the class winner, really attractive and good looking, runs out of topside power and mass, handles too soft for me. The 1 and 4 is one that is really good in terms of natural width, a big back, thick-ended, square one that's just too soft and has to be leaner. We have a leaner option here in 5 that's really tall-fronted and attractive. There's just not enough to that one. We've got to build that one wider from the ground up. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 2, Olivia Jensen and Duke Taylor. Also, our top homegrown ram in that class is Cash Gotchner. He'll have a chance to come back and compete for the homegrown Grand Market Drive following the heavyweight Grand Drive. In 3rd, we have Marina Bainey. 4th, Thomas Thatcher. 5th, Cedar Warner. 6th, Shaylee Young. 7th, Taylor King. 8th, Jet Richards. 9th, William Riley. 10th, Cash Kochner. 11th, Baylor Christensen. 12th, Carson Bell. 13th, Will Christensen. 14th, Paisley Jessup. 15th, Chance Christensen, and 16th, Gordon Bleed. Let's give those kids a round of applause. currently in the ring, we have Class 3. This is Casey Hoff, Annan Ward, Sawyer Nilsson, Louisville White, Stone Bedrero, Indiana Bode, Keely Jones, Zeeland Anderson Lusk, Tayson Hansen, Lucy Alsop, Spencer Newman, Brooke Smith, Allison Israelson, Navy Tallman, and Edison Montgomery. Let's give these kids a round of applause. We need Class 4 to start making your way over the show ring to line up. This is Clara Willie White, Peyton King, Truman Harwell, Kira Anderson, Grayson Bedrero, Hudson Wilson, Asia Anderson Lusk, Tate Hansey, Tucker Simmons, Jackson Richards, Lisa Arnold, Weston Bainey, Maximus Farmer, Zoe Nilsson, Brecklin Pulsifer, and Nixon Heath. Again, Class 4. Start making your way to the show ring.
This is by far and away the best class of sheep and goats that we've seen all day, and really good in terms of quality down deep. And with that being said, there was never a shadow of a doubt that gentleman down there wasn't winning this class. That was the last one in, and I knew it was over with. That is a really good one. That one is sound and functional built, handles just near perfect in terms of tone, touch, and freshness, an attractive one in terms of balance, got plenty of muscle. I know it's real early in the show, so I'm going to be just a little critical. Maybe we could see that one a notch longer in terms of silhouette, but that is getting hypercritical on one that wins the best class that we've seen so day and wins it by a good margin. Good sheep, and he does a great job showing it too, so really hard to turn. The one that comes in second is one that is just naturally so muscular, so stout, and so burly. I like those things about him. That one gets to be second because with that power and mass. That one moves better than the 1 and 3rd. The biggest difference between 1 and 2 is touch. That one's a little soft, one that I'd like to lean up some, and that one isn't quite as elite in terms of look. We've got another power sheep in terms of mass and muscle, really square in terms of build. This one just gets a little tight in terms of hip and row hog, but still a very good sheep to stand third at a county fair. You've got a beautiful 1 and 4 here in terms of balance, symmetry, lines. That one just doesn't have the overall shape, width, and power. The ones up above, this one has more natural mass and muscle, doesn't handle as good, and is not as good structured, particularly in terms of the transition from spine to hip. But that was a great class. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from class 3, Andon Ward and Stone Bedruelo. Andon Ward is also exhibiting a homegrown lamb, so he'll come back for the homegrown grand drive. In 3rd from class 3, we have Maggie Tallman, 4th. Sawyer Nilsson, 5th. Indiana Bird, 6th. Rick Smith, 7th. Kaisley Hoth, 8th. Edison Montgomery, 9th. Lizzie Bell White, 10th. Lucy Alsop, 11th. Callie Jones, 12th. Kason Hoth, 13th. Spencer Newman, 14th. Zealand Anderson Lusk, 15th, Addison Iselson, and 16th, Kason Hansen. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We have a white Jeep that's parked over here by the tent that needs to be moved ASAP. It's license plate T415VJ. Once again, it is parked over here on the south side by the open dairy tent. It needs to be moved right now. We're about to use that tent for dairy. Also, if you're using the south tent to practice, make sure you clean up after yourself. That is going to be used for dairy and open beef. So please clean up after yourself. If your sheep or goat or steer or whatever it is poops over in that tent, please clean it up. Make sure it looks nice, or else they will close the tent for practice. Currently in the ring we have class 4. This is Carla Lily White, Peyton Keene, Truman Harlow, Kayla Anderson, Grayson Bedrello, Hudson Nilsson, Asia Anderson Lusk, Tate Hansey, Tucker Simmons, Jackson Richards, Lisa Arnold, Weston Bailey, Maximus Farmer, Zoe Nilsson, Declan Pulsifer, and Nixon Heath. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 5, start making your way over the show ring. That is Gavin Jones, Milana Jensen, Blonde Jensen, Avery Coulomb, Andy Jensen, Cinch Kunzler, Mayla Bradshaw, Mila Bradshaw, sorry if I pronounced that wrong, Ezra Barnum, Wyatt Deering, Grace Stevens, Piper Weeks, Madison Duffner, Finn Arnold, Blakely Bedrolo, Brooks Law, Ty Sorensen, Maisie Balls, and Megan Shelton. Once again, Class 5, start making your way over the show ring. Also, if you have a homegrown lamb, please come tell us at the announcer's table if you haven't done so already. That is a lamb that you have raised since birth until now. So please come tell us how we can keep track of it and announce who is coming back for the homegrown grand drive.
Another very competitive class. I think the top two are relatively close, even though they're not exactly the same in how they're built or assembled. The gentleman up front has got the one that has more total length and extension, one that still has enough power and enough substance, and that is the more comfortable one on the move. I won't tell you he utilizes his hop perfect from behind, but he is the longer strided one that is just more comfortable and flexible out here. What keeps the pair close is the one in second. That thing is a monster in terms of topside power. Huge back, thick-ended, stout, barely one that handles better than the class winner. A little more jammed together, and then when we get that one in motion, he just wants to be a little short-stepping from behind, but a really good pair. Young ladies in third has got muscle, product, and power. One that needs to be leaner and better looking to elevate up into that really competitive top pair. The one in four is tall-fronted, good-looking and attractive, but one that tapers in terms of lower rib shape, gets narrower in terms of chest for little guy, and 5 has got one that's really good in terms of thickness from behind, round rib one that just doesn't handle as nicely. Give him a round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from Class 4. That is Grayson Bedrero and Hudson Nilsson. Congratulations. Hudson Nilsson was also exhibiting a homegrown lamb. He'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive as well. In third, we had Brooklyn Pulsifer 4th. Liesel Arnold 5th. Jackson Richards 6th. Weston Damey 7th, Kira Anderson 8th, Peyton King 9th, Zoe Nielsen 10th, Carla Lily White 11th, Asia Anderson Lusk 12th, Truman Hartwell 13th, Nixon Heath 14th, Maximus Farmer 15th, Tucker Simmons, and 16th, Tate Hansey. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have Class 5. This is our final class for the lightweight. Immediately following this class, we'll have our lightweight grand drive. It is Gavin Jones, Milan Jensen, Avery Coolum, Andy Jensen, Cinch Kunzler, Myla Bradshaw, Ezra Banham, Wyatt Deering, Grace Stevens, Piper Weeks, Madison Duffner, Finn Arnold, Blakely Vigero, Brooks Law, Ty Sorensen, Maisie Bowles, and Megan Shelton. Let's give these kids a round of applause. If we can have our class winners from classes 1, 2, 3, and 4 start making their way over the show ring to line up. That is Hadley Allman, Felicity Hoxie, Olivia Jensen, Duke Taylor, Andon Ward, Stone Bedrero, Grayson Bedrero, and Hudson Wilson. Start making your way over the show ring. If you are just joining us, our judge is Ryan Rash from Crockett, Texas. Ryan is judged all over the country in 49 states. Next year, he'll be able to cross off Hawaii, and that will be 50. He's a world-renowned judge, and we are excited for him to be here. Let's give him a round of applause for being here.
I said this in the goat show, but I'll say it in the sheep show, and I'll probably repeat myself. It's definitely more competitive this time around, and so that's a testament to y'all getting better ones and working harder, and the kids learning more, so good job at that. These top two are good, and simply put, if you get on top and behind them, there's a clear winner in the one up front. There's just more to that one. Just wider, bolder, everywhere that you study that one, there is more power, there is more shape, but they're both attractive, they're both sound, they handle good. You know, if we're going to nickel and dime them here and there, maybe the class winner just gets a little open in terms of lower shoulder, maybe not quite as smooth in terms of transitions as the one that comes in second. I think that's the advantage the 1 and 2 has in terms of a composed silhouette. Maybe that one's just a notch stronger all the way through. Two excellent sheep, and the girls both did a really good job. Congratulations to both. The 1 and 3rd is one that I like the rib shape. I like the way that one moves. That one is powerful. That one is not as streamlined. I don't have to shake my hand. It's fine. I don't want you to lose your sheep there. The 1 and 3rd, as I said, solid. Really good in terms of body shape, sound structured one. Just one that's just not as elite in terms of look or show-bring presence. The 1 and 4 is awfully pretty. Really long and level in terms of lines. One that is so thin in terms of throat latch and neck. You can see that that one just doesn't have the natural width that the ones that stand up above it. The 1 and 5's got more muscle and power, so yours is just a little soft and a little fat for me out here. Give them a nice round of applause.
Felicity Hoxie, this is the last call for you. We need your ram for the lightweight grand drive. congratulations to our top two coming back for the lightweight grand drive, Blakely Bedrero and Milo Bradshaw. Congratulations. Also, Blakely Bedrero is exhibiting a homegrown lamb, so she'll be coming back for the homegrown grand drive, following the heavyweight grand drive after class 16.
Yes.
And third, from Class 5, we had Finn Arnold, 4th, Ty Sorensen, 5th, Brooks Slaw, 6th, Avery Coulomb, 7th, Maisie Balls, 8th, Piper Weeks, 9th, Milan Jensen, 10th, Cinch Cumslow, 11th, Madison Duffner, 12th, Gavin Jones, 13th, Andrew Jensen, 14th, Grace Stevens, 15th, Megan Shelton, 16th, Wyatt Deering, and 17th, Ezra Banham. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have our lightweight grand drive. That is from Class 1, Hadley Allman, Felicity Hoxie. From Class 2, Olivia Jensen, Duke Taylor. From Class 3, Andon Woods, Stone Bedrero. From Class 4, Grayson Bedrero, Hudson Wilson. From Class 5, Blakely Bedrero and Mila Bradshaw. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
Well, as I said, I don't know what's to come, and I'll be honest with you, I hope my voice holds out, because I can feel that it's starting to get a little weary. As I said, I haven't been home since the 7th, and more days than not, I've been on a microphone, but hopefully it'll stay with me the next couple of days, because this stock is too good to me to try to describe them to you with interpretive dance. But the first two classes are good. Really nice, but they're just not in the running out here, and that's just how it is. These back three are really competitive, and they were competitive in the second line too, but that young man that comes out of three, that one is just awesome to the touch, near perfect in terms of handle, and yet that's the soundest moving one of the group. That is really the one that I prefer in terms of structural integrity, one that is still so cool in terms of look up front. I'll be the first to tell you, and you can see it from wherever you're standing here, that one's shorter in terms of segments than the next two, and I know it, and I realize it, and that's the problem, is that one just long enough to go on and win? I guess we'll see here in a minute, but that is one good handling, sound moving one that I like well. The one that comes in two, if we leave them stopped, that's probably the winner for me, because that's the one that is massive in terms of muscle, still got a great look in terms of presence, one that handles the second best of the three that are in contention. The issue with that one is when we get that one in motion, and I talked about it in class, that one is not as good in terms of foundation or structure, wants to be a little off in terms of hip and hind leg. I just want to strengthen that one in that particular body or area or region of its body to make it more competitive, but there on the standstill, one you really have to admire. Young lady won a good pair out of a tough class, and that one is really powerful, stout, and opened up, one that still handles good. Could be a little leaner compared to the two right above, but that one's at a heavier weight. Talked about the fact that in terms of that one's shoulder and front end, maybe doesn't transition quite as smoothly, maybe not as elevated as those two right above. Really good seconds, and I like the ones out of the first class. I think this is tough. The one that I just hit me the hardest from the get-go is the gentleman out of class 3. He'll be the champion. Congratulations to you. Young lady at the back will be reserved. Congratulations to you.
Congratulations to your 2025 lightweight market lamb grand champion, exhibited by Andon Ward. And congratulations to your 2025 reserve lightweight market lamb Exhibitor by Blakely Bedrello. Let's give both of them a round of applause.
End of the show. They need to get. Oh, okay. As long as he has it for now.
Real quick, we need Class 6 to make their way over the show ring. If you're not by the show ring, please make your way there now. Your class is seconds from entering the ring. That is Brooks Wicks, Hallie Cawthorn, Honora Reed, Sonny Abbott, Navy Abbott, Denver Weeks, Jovi Montgomery, Lexi Christensen, Tiger Kunzler, Cashin Hoth, Carter Reese, Ezra Latham, Adeline Smith, Everett Kazir, Rihanna Prestwich, and Elliot West. Once again, Class 6. For our lightweight, third overall was Grayson Bedrello, fourth, Malaya Bradshaw, fifth, Stone Bedrello, sixth, Hudson Nilsson, seventh, Hadley Allman, eighth, Olivia Jensen, ninth, Felicity Hoxie, and 10th, Duke Tingle. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Class 6 is currently in the ring. Let's give these kids in the ring a round of applause. Also, we're privileged to have our division buckles for Grand Reserve sponsored by H&H Livestock. They are on order currently, so if you are Grand Reserve in your division, please contact your sushi chair on details on how to receive those, but we will get them on order and have them shortly. Also, welcome provided some buckets for everyone in the Division Star classes. So you'll get a prize in the Division Star class. So a huge thank you to both of those sponsors. Class 7 is now in the ring. Or Class 7, start making your way to the ring. Start lining up. That is Marley Bedrello, Xander Nilsson, Shaylee Balls, Taisley Krog, Mason Pulsifer, Kiva Kabashi, Waylon Sweeten, Talon Anderson, Alexa Chadwick, Talon White, Carson Craig, McCoy Nilsson, Kendall Balls, Jackson Simmons, and Grayson Sweeten. Again, Class 7, start making your way over the show ring. Also, another reminder to get your picture taken when you exit the ring. We have a photographer and a backdrop over here. They will take your picture for your buyer on Saturday. Please get your picture taken because your buyers want to be able to see whose animal they bought and want to be able to hang it in their business to show they are a supporter of the county fair.
another competitive class, and a good top pair that are totally different in terms of type and time. Young lady hit the ring, and I said to myself, you know, that one's stout, powerful. I bet that one's a little juicy and a little overdone. I went to handle that one, and I told that lady, this one actually surprises me. This one is lean, fresh, and good tone and touch. Maybe a little over full out here, giving an optical illusion, and that one's just a little too far done. But you get your hands on that one, that's really impressive. That is just a monstrous critter in terms of muscle mass and dimension, and yet she still gets out and goes good. Now, there is no doubt that the ewe that are in second is taller fronted, better looking, longer sided, and really has just a great look in terms of show ring presence. Just not near the width. The overall dimension of that one wants to narrow up in terms of chest floor. Doesn't handle this good. We've got one in third that is sound moving and good built and good structured. One that runs out a little plain up front, not quite as good in terms of total muscularity. This one here is attractive in terms of balance and symmetry. Got to have more power and shape. Yours has got more power, young lady. Your spine and hip aren't quite as confident as the rest of you, but another very good class. Give them a round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from Class 6, Hallie Cawthron and Elliot West. Hallie Cawthron is also exhibiting a homegrown ram, so she'll be coming back for a homegrown grand drive after the heavyweight grand drive, which is following the conclusion of Class 16. In third, we had Adeline Smith. Fourth, Ezra Layson. Fifth, Navy Abbott. Sixth, Tiger Kunzler. Seventh, Sonny Abbott. Eighth, Carter Reese. Ninth, Joey Montgomery. 10th, Honora Reed. 11th, Leanne Prestwich. 12th, Bentley Weeks. 13th, Castian Hoff. 14th, Everett Kazir. 15th, Brooks Ricks. And 16th, Lexi Christensen. Currently in the ring, we have Class 7, which is Marley Bedrero, Xander Nielsen, Shaylee Balls, Tazy Krog, Mason Pulsifer, Kiva Kabashi, Raylan Sweeten, Talon Anderson, Alexa Chadwick, Talon White, Carson Craig, McCoy Nielsen, Kimberly Balls, Jackson Simmons, and Gracelyn Sweetland. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Now that we are in our middleweight heavy division, that'll run until Class 11. Immediately following Class 11, we will have our middleweight grand drive. So if you have first or second from any of those classes, be ready to show after Class 11. Class A, we need to start making your way to the show ring. That is Jacob Jorgensen, Tanglin Holman, Matt Windelsbacher, Isabel Banham, Daxton O'Reilly, Mary Bratt, Ava Bushives, Taylor Francis, Declan Weller, Olivia Christensen, India Christensen, Nicole Welker, Grady Herzog, Miley Franca, and Megan Thatcher. Again, Class 8, start making your way over the shoving.
Well, I really think the top 6 in this particular class are very, very good. Young lady over there in 6 just falls out in terms of structure for me. But the one that wins, I was pretty sold on from the get-go. I think that's the ultra-attractive, super good-looking one that still has more than enough width to mention. The proportions are right. Everything blends together really nice in terms of being fluid moving out here. So another strong contender up here at the top of the class. The closer decision is between 2 and 3. Gentleman's in second, just handles laner. Really appreciate that one in terms of touch compared to the 1 and 3rd. You know, maybe a little plainer in terms of chest forward and front end. The 1 and 3 I think has more natural width and shape. One though that up top in terms of top line and balance, not quite as good and just handles a little bit soft. This is a stout, powerful one, young man, that I still think handles it good in terms of running gear. That one's just not fresh enough in terms of touch, not lean enough for me. Beautiful balanced one here in terms of profile, symmetry, so tall-fronted and elegant. There's not enough width in dimension. Another good one in 6, like I said, just falls out structurally for me. Good round of applause. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to the top two coming back from Class 7. That is Mason Pulsifer and Carson Craig. Carson was also exhibiting a homegrown ram and will be coming back for the homegrown grand drive. In third from Class 7 we had Bryson Sweeten, fourth. McCoy Nilsson, fifth. Shaylee Balls, sixth. Marley Bedrella, seventh. Paisley Krog, eighth. Raylan Sweeten, ninth. Kenley Balls, 10th. Vander Nilsson, 11th. Talon White, 12th. Kiva Kabashi, 13th. Talon Anderson, 14th. Alexa Chadwick, and 15th, Jackson Simmons. Let's give those kids a round of applause.
He's fourth. Oh,
No, it's okay. I just wanted to.
Currently in the ring, we have Class 8. That is Jacob Jorgensen, Taylor Oman, Matt Windelsbacher, Isabel Banham, Daxton O'Reiler, Millie Brandt, Ava Beshears, Taylor Francis, Declan Brower, Olivia Christensen, India Christensen, Nicole Welko, Grady Herzog, Millie Frankham, and Megan Thatcher. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 9, we need you to start making your way over to the show arena. That is Chloe Googler, Dallin Newman, Bailey Lindsay, Daniel Hunt, Callie O'Reilly, Lizzie Bennett, Jackson Nilsson, Addison Bushers, Sloan Oman, Wendy Jensen, Caden Larocco, Lydia Iserson, Riata Kemsler, Kaden Jones, and Savannah Jones. Please make your way over the show ring.
Well, another very good class. I'll be honest with you, the biggest problem with the sheep up front is that one's not one to act like a show sheep at all for the gentleman. And wanting to be a little bit of a pill out here to get that one to stand up and act right, but he's working through it. If you can look through that, you'll see that's very easily the best one out here. That is the really attractive, thin-hided, good handling one, that when that one will get out and go for the young man, which is not often, is still sound structured. I just wish that one had a better attitude, but I'm not going to let that prevent the best sheep in the class from winning. The one that comes in two is simply better to the touch than the one in third, one that is definitely has more tone, more freshness, actually has more total length. I don't think quite as good in terms of a body shape, maybe not quite as well together in terms of look. Young lady does a nice job with 1 and 3, really good in terms of muscle and build, just a little soft for me, not quite as good in terms of freshness out here, but 3 really nice ones. We've got 1 and 4 that's attractive in terms of silhouette, wants to get a little tight in terms of forearm, and 1 that's a little flatter all the way through. This one here's got some power and some muscle, got to be fresher. Give them a nice round of applause, please.
Just a quick reminder for future classes, as you are exiting the ring, please head over to the south wall to line up for pictures and put your halter on there. We don't want the line to get backed up into the ring so we can't get the next class in. So please, when you exit the ring, head to the south wall, line up, and then put your halter on. From Class 8, our top 2 coming back will be Jacob Jorgensen and Millie Brandt. Congratulations to those 2. Also, our top homegrown lamb coming back from Class 8 for the homegrown Grand Drive will be Matt Windelsbacher. In third from Class 8, we have Nicole Welker. Fourth, Grady Herzog. Fifth, Megan Thatcher. Sixth, Ava Breshers. Seventh, Matt Windelsbacher. Eighth, Daxon O'Reilly. Ninth, Taylor Ullman. 10th, Taylor Francis. 11th, India Christensen. 12th, Olivia Christensen. 13th, Miley Franca. 14th, Isabel Banham. And 15th, Declan Brower. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have Class 9. That is Chloe Gugler, Dallin Newman, Bailey Lindsay, Daniel Hunt, Kelly O'Reilly, Lizzie Bennett, Jackson Nilsson, Allison Bushers, Simone Ullman, Wendy Jensen, Tatum Morocco, Lydia Israelson, Rihanna Kunzler, Kaden Jones, and Savannah Jones. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
9. Oh, 16.
Class 10, we need you to start making your way over to the show ring right now. Camden Wesley Smith, Gracie Olson, Presley Hoffler, Jace Reisner, Ethan Ricks, Brody Baker, Kylie Jorgensen, Velda Alsup, Tobias Sorensen, Paige Reisner, Rosie Alsup, Court Wilden, Enoch Branham, Morgan Coulomb, and Stockton Jessup. Again, Class 10, start making your way over the show ring.
Well, in this class, we've got lots of differences in terms of type and kind, and yet we have some quality, but there's something that needs to be modified on each one of them. That's what makes the top trio particularly interesting. I'm going to use the little guys to win. There's no doubt when I get my hands on them, that's the one that I'm the most impressed with in terms of pure mass, density, and burliness, and that's also the leanest and freshest one to the touch. He's not going to win a beauty contest up front and needs to be better in terms of rear hock. In this particular grouping, that's the one that I prefer in terms of touch and total muscularity. We do have a taller fronted, smoother shouldered one that stands in second that I like in terms of that particular region of the body better. That one's just a little harsh and a little stale in terms of handle, just not 12 o'clock in terms of touch out here, but one that has more muscle than the 1 and 3. You've got the good looking, really sharp featured one that's sound and good moving. There's just not enough back shape in that particular individual or enough from behind to let that one crack into the top two. We've got 1 and 4 that has more muscle and power. Watch it exit the ring. You can see from knee and hop down, not as good in terms of mobility. The 1 and 5 is round ribbed, really big hip. That one's got to be leaner. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from Class 9. Tatum Morocco and Rihanna Kanslow. Congratulations to those two. And also, the top homegrown lamb coming back from that class will be Savannah Jones. She'll come back to compete for the homegrown market grand drive. In third, we have Wendy Jensen. Fourth, Kelly O'Reilly. Fifth, Bailey Lindsay. Sixth, Daniel Hunt. Seventh, Savannah Jones. Eighth, Addison Busher is ninth. Jackson Wilson 10th. Chloe Googler 11th. Sloan Owen 12th. Dallin Newman 13th. Caden Jones 14th. Lizzie Bennett and 15th. Lydia Israelson. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have our Class 10. That is Camden Wesley Smith, Gracie Olson, Presley Hoffler, Jace Reisner, Ethan Ricks, Brody Baker, Kylie Jorgensen, Velva Alsop, Tobias Sorensen, Paige Reisner, Rosie Alsop, Claire Warden, Enoch Banham, Morgan Coulomb, and Stockton Jessup. Let's give these kids a round of applause.
You're good.
Class 11, we need you to start making your way to the show ring. That is Oakley Heath, Nora Favis, Riker Bunting, Max Brandt, Sidney Reisner, Kylie Walls, Caitlin Schumann, Sadie Womack, Tennyson Bird, Millie Hartwell, McKinley Hansen, Addison Morocco, Kelton King, William Thatcher, and Cy Hansen. Once again, Class 11, start making your way to the show ring.
for another very close top pair, and if I'm going to be honest with you, I'd like to take the really cool parts of both of them and roll them into one, and we have that one that we all wanted to have out here driving. That's not the case, but they are really good in a lot of different areas. I asked the young ladies just to hold on to them on their head and let them stand naturally. When you do that, the one up front takes the more composed look. That one is stronger in terms of top line. The transition out of spine to hip is more correct and level. That is also the better moving one within the pair. I think muscle is relatively similar, so you say, why is it close? When I get my hands on the one in front, that one is considerably softer to the touch, not quite as fresh as the one that comes in second. And while that's an attractive, good-looking, show-ring-oriented sheep, you can tell the one in second is more rocket-necked and elevated in terms of front end. Young lady, you do have the better, fresher handling one that is more elevated up front and just truer in terms of look and balance and composure when you get into him. But when we let that one just stand there, you can see that the spine and the transition out of spine to hip are not as composed and collected, and that shows up when we get that one in motion. But a very good pair. The one in third, some of you will like all the way to the front because that's the heaviest muscled one, and the status one. For me, that hip placement and assembly, it's just not good enough, and it's got to be more correct into that spine. And then that one's a little juicy for me in terms of handle, but still a really good one to stand third. This is a lean, long-bodied one that's attractive, that the spine and top line are not as correct. The one in five's got plenty of muscle and power, got to be better looking. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from Class 10. That was Morgan Coulomb and Kylie Jorgensen. In third, we had Gracie Olson. Fourth, Presley Hoffler. Fifth, Paige Reisner. Sixth, Camden Wesley Smith. Seventh, Velvet Alsup. Eighth, Rosie Alsup. Ninth, Brody Baker. 10th, Stockton Jessup. 11th, Tobias Swenson. 12th, Jace Reisner. 13th, Enoch Banham. 14th, Court Wilden. And 15th, Ethan Ricks. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have Class 11. That is Oakley Heath, Nora Fallis, Riker Bunting, Max Brandt, Sydney Reisner, Kylie Balls, Caitlin Schumann, Sadie Womack, Tennyson Bird, Mary Hartwell, McKinley Hansen, Addison Morocco, Kelton King, William Patcher, and Cy Hansen. Let's give the kids a round of applause. We need the first and second places from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 to start making their way over the show ring to line up for the middleweight grand drive. That is Haley Cosman, Earl West, Mason Pulsifer, Carson Craig, Jacob Jorgensen, Lori Brandt, Tina Morocco, Riata Kunslow, Morgan Kuhn, and Kylie Jorgensen. Once again, the first and second places from classes 6, 7, 8, 9, and 10 start making their way over the show rink.
Well, I think a very good trio up here on top, and all of them have a lot of quality, but something here or there that I just want to tweak or modify slightly. The one that I need to change less about is the young man's up at front. That's why he gets to win. I think he's considerably better in terms of how he sets down up front than the one that's second, and he's got way more mass and power than the one that comes in third. You know, I could lean him up in terms of his touch. I could particularly freshen him up in terms of his chest floor and elevating in terms of his front end, but that's still a powerful sheep that handles pretty good and still good in terms of range of motion. The one that comes in second is the most ripped up and the shapely one of the group. I like those things. That one's a little harder to show at times and wants to break down in terms of top line and hip. Watch that one directly at you. That one just gets too far outside of himself in terms of how he handles his knee, sets down at the chips. The problem child for me is the one in third. That's the really good-looking one that is exceptionally good handling and fresh out here. You've got to make a decision. Does that one just have enough width, enough power and dimension for you? For me, that one doesn't, and that's why that one ends up third. But I realize that that one has class-winning attributes within the trio, just comes up a little shy in terms of total proportions for me. We've got one in four that is muscular and square. You can see in terms of spine and hip, both on the stop, and when we get that one in motion, that one is not as correct in terms of a build. We've got one in five that is also one that's good in terms of roundness of body and has some added muscle and power. Structurally, though, that's the one that bothers me the most when we took him around the last time in the top five. Give him a good round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from class 11, Cy Hansen and Addison LaRocco. Also our top homegrown ram coming back from class 11 will be Riker Bunting. He'll have a chance to come back and compete for the homegrown land drive. In fourth, we had
Yeah, there's 2 3s.
in
Third was Caleb.
so in third place we had Caitlin Schumann. Fourth is Riker Bunting. Fifth, McKinley Hansen. Sixth, Max Brandt. Seventh, Sydney Reisner. Eighth, Kylie Balls. Ninth, Oakley Heath. 10th, Millie Harwell. 11th, Sadie Womack. 12th, Tennyson Bird. 13th, Kelton Keene. 14th, William Thatcher. And 15th, Noah Fabus. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Right now in the ring we have a middleweight grand drive. And from Class 6 we have Hallie Cothran and Elliot West. From Class 7 we have Mason Fulsonford and Carson Craig. From Class 8 we have Jacob Jorgensen and Millie Brandt. From Class 9 we have Taylor Morocco and Loretta Kunzler. From Class 10 we have Morgan Coulomb and Kylie Jorgensen. From Class 11 we have Cy Hansen and Allison Morocco. Let's give the kids in the middleweight grand drive a round of applause. Class 12, we need you to start making your way into the show ring. That is Avery Peary, Zoe Anderson, Lexi Adams, Brooklyn May, Lainey Sorensen, Hayden Anderson, Mallory Shelton, Reggie Oldroyd, Bethany Prestridge, Tucker Frankham, Caroline Summers, Reagan Polson, Ruby Oldroyd, Penny Googler, Gracie Butters, and Paisley Anderson, who lead you in the round over the show ring. Again, that was Class 12.
This is just so incredibly competitive out here, and y'all have been a good crowd, but if you don't get excited by this group of sheep, you probably need a different sport, because they are really, really good. Give these kids and exhibitors and families a nice round of applause. And it is really, really close, and there's at least 4 of them that you can justify to be the winner out here, because it is so close. I'm going to briefly talk them. I don't know if I'm going to have a voice tomorrow. I can feel it coming on already, and but they're just too good to not talk. The one up front, that thing is just really, really unique, and maybe a little different even, and different's not a good word, but that thing is a monster in terms of topside power and mass, so bold everywhere that you see that one, and yet that one gets out and goes as well as any of them out here. You know, I said in class when I touched that one, I was a little surprised. She's so full, and they've leaned her out some since class, and I like that. That she looks just a little juicy and a little too far gone. Get your hands on her if you're not. I'll be the first to tell you, compared to some of them in the line, she's a little shorter in terms of her neck. She's a little shorter in terms of her silhouette, but I like her really well. And I like the fact that she's different or unique looking. If y'all haven't noticed, I'm kind of that way myself. So I should gravitate to sheep like that, and I do. The one that comes in second is a tall-fronted, long-sided one that's good enough in terms of muscle. He gets in some really deep water out here, handles a little soft and a little stale, but still a nice one. This one here in 3, I wish this sheep would give this gentleman a chance, and he just won't. Sheep will not lead, will not stand, will do, and it is not his fault. He has done everything but tap dance out here to try to get that sheep to work for him. Some of them just won't do it. I've had plenty of them. There is no question that is the best handling sheep. That is the biggest back sheep, and that is the best looking sheep. And those things are not without question. Even with that one acting like a complete you-know-what out here, you can still read those things in there. You know, because he's sucking back, he wants to break and separate in terms of his top line. Because he's being a little bit dumb out here, we never really get to see him go and see his comfort level compared to some. But that one is not out of it. If that one had a better attitude, it'd probably be a foregone conclusion to me. But how they act does figure into it when it gets this good, and it's not the young man's fault. Like I said, he's done all he could. The one that comes out of class 4, sound structured, nice bodied one, gets a little plainer. Turns the next one. This young lady's got a really neat one. That one is sound. That one is muscular and stout and square. Still has some look. I said just a little softer to the touch than what I consider ideal compared to some of them in this lineup, but still one that is very, very solid. I think another one back here at the back, so muscular, so powerful, so square in terms of shape, and yet one that I still think is relatively good in terms of handle to be that massive and powerful, to get out and go that comfortably. Very hard to do in a sheep. I said in that class, and I'll say out here, it's quite evident in terms of shoulder and front end, that one is not as sharp or sweet or as extra, but that is still one here that's in the thick of this. I like them all. There's just little bitty things that I could tweak on them, and I'm not getting critical of them, but when it gets this good, I think the judge needs to try to explain to you what he sees or she sees in them, so you can kind of understand. We got a lot of good seconds over there. I'm going to give them one more look, and we'll get this lined out. Give them a nice round of applause.
While we're getting the rest of these sorted, we want to give a shout out to our sponsors. The division buckles are sponsored by H&H Livestock, and the buckets that each participant in the division grand drive are receiving are sponsored by Walco. So give both of those sponsors a big round of applause.
They all get something out of here.
Your 2025
You want to grab them when they come back.
Grand Middleweight Market Lamb is exhibited by Howie Cothran. And your 2025 Reserve Middleweight Market Lamb is exhibited by Morgan Coulomb. Third overall is Cy Hansen. Fourth, Jacob Jorgensen. Fifth, Kylie Jorgensen. Sixth, Addison Morocco. Seventh, Tatum Morocco. Eighth, Mason Pulsifer. Ninth, Elliot West. 10th, Carson Craig. 11th, Riata Kumslow. Let's give all those kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring, we have our Class 12. That is Avery Peary, Zoe Anderson, Lexi Adams, Brooklyn May, Lainey Sorensen, Hayden Anderson, Natalie Shelton, Reggie Oldroyd, Bethany Prestwich, Tucker Francom, Caroline Summers, Reagan Polson, Ruby Oldroyd, Penny Googler, Gracie Butters, and Paisley Anderson. Let's give all these kids a round of applause. Class 13, we need you to start making your way over the show ring. That is Levi Wilman, Ryder Hansen, Cade Carlson, Brandley Fulgham, James Jensen, Jace Knighton, Jackson Hansen, Ava Kazir, Bethany Mitchell, Ty Carlson, Charlie Summers, Caden Jensen, Charlie Mitchell, Nellie Baker, Haley Thatcher, and Morgan Ballard. Again, Class 13, start making your way over the show ring. Since we are now in the heavyweight division, we will have our heavyweight grand drive following Class 16. Immediately following that grand drive, we will have our homegrown grand drive. So if I've announced that you are the top homegrown lamb in your class, you will come back to compete for the homegrown grand champion lamb for a buckle and a banner.
as we get that in this particular class. The young ladies in the lead, I think they're a decisive advantage for me. While neither one of them are absolutely perfect, that one has the better hip and hind leg within the pair, particularly when we put them in motion. That one stays more stable and sets down to a beautiful shape in terms of balance, symmetry, show ring poise, and presence. I think has an ample amount of muscle and shape, not overwhelming in those dimensions, but it all fits together and blends. The one that comes in second is more muscular up high, handles just a touch truer in terms of tone. When that one gets going, though, that one really wants to get underneath himself. And in terms of how he goes from behind, I just need to see him square and truer in terms of how he sandals his hip and his hock and down to the surface to let him win. The blue one in third is tall-fronted and good-looking, doesn't have the overall mass of the two right up above. The one in four is level in terms of lines and balance. You'll see that that one gets shorter in terms of hip placement and assembly, not quite as correct in that particular region. This one here is one that I like the muscle and the power, but when we get that one moving, that one has the most struggles in terms of coordination. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from class 12. That is Hayden Anderson and Lexi Adams. Congratulations to those two. Our top homegrown ram from class 12 placed third, and that is Gracie Butters. She'll come back to compete for the homegrown Grand Drive following the heavyweight Grand Drive. In fourth, we have Mallory Shelton fifth, Caroline Summers sixth, Lainey Sorensen, 7th. Avery Perry, 8th. Reggie Oldwood, 9th. Penny Google, 10th. Bethany Presswich, 11th. Brooklyn May, 12th. Reagan Polson, 13th. Tucker Frankham, 14th. Paisley Anderson, 15th, Zoe Anderson, and 16th, Ruby Oldwood. Let's give those kids a round of applause. Currently in the ring of class 13, which is Levi Wilden, Ryder Hansen, Cody Carlson, Brantley Fulgham, James Jensen, Jace Knight, Jackson Hansen, Ava Kazir, Bethany Mitchell, Ty Carlson, Charlie Summers, Kaden Jensen, Charlie Mitchell, Nellie Baker, Haley Thatcher, and Morgan Ballard. Let's give these kids in the ring a round of applause. We need class 14 to start making your way to the show ring. That is Tate Mon, Millie Morrison, Coulter Reese, Caitlin Archibald, Jamie England, Tatum Adams, Mason Barrera, Jet Polson, Clyde Latham, Lincoln Stevens, Elsa Maldus, Lacey Summers, Parker Ricks, Brenley Ballard, and Paisley Mon. Once again, class 14, start making your way over the show ring.
Well, I think you've got some quality in this class, but never was there a doubt in my mind that the gentleman up front was going to win. That is absolutely the most beautiful sheep we've seen in terms of balance, symmetry, and sex appeal, and yet she's got legs like a high school cheerleader because she's just effortless in terms of how she rolls around here, and yet she's got muscle and power and hands as well. So if you don't think I like that one, then you're wrong, because I really think that one is truly a special individual up at the top of this class. After that, I think you can get close. The one that comes in second is just better in terms of structural build and movement than the one that comes in third. One that's not nearly as extra, as exaggerated as the class winner. The blue sheep in third has more muscle and more power. Watch that one exit the gate. You can see that one gets pretty uncoordinated off either end of the skeletal system. Just got to be sounder and sure-footed. We've got one in four that's nice in terms of lines and body mass, not as good in terms of muscle or handle. This one here is as stout as the young man in terms of power, width, and dimension. One that's just a little too far gone in terms of fat cover out here. Got to be leaned up and longer. Really good class, an exceptional one up at the lead. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top two coming back from class 13, Ryder Hansen and Jackson Hansen. Congratulations to both of them. Jackson Hansen was also exhibiting a homegrown lamb and will be coming back for a homegrown grand drive, immediately following the EW Weight Grand Drive. In third from class 13, we had Charlie Summers fourth, James Jensen fifth, Caden Jensen 6th, Brantley Fulgham 7th, Ty Carlson 8th, Morgan Ballard 9th, Haley Thatcher 10th, Levi Wilden 11th, Jace Knight 12th, Ava Kazir 13th, Kay Carlson 14th, Nellie Baker 15th, Bethany Mitchell, and 16th, Charlie Mitchell. Let's give those kids a round of applause. We have class 14 in the ring. That is Tate Mon, Millie Morrison, Coulter Reese, Caitlin Archibald, Jamie England, Tatum Adams, Mason Barrera, Jet Polson, Clyde Latham, Lincoln Stevens, Elsa Maris, Lucy Summers, Parker Wicks, Bentley Ballard, and Paisley Mon. Let's give the kids in the ring a round of applause. We need class 15 to start making your way over the show ring. That is Ty Mon, Davis Schofenmeyer, Prue Shelley, Chloe Summers, Joshua Bennett, Houston Ward, Emma Jorgensen, Britta Rosnick, Hannah Merrill, Garrett Larson, Josie King, Lucy Brandt, Richard Rosnick, Elliot Reed, and Emery Brower. Again, class 15, so I'm making my way to the show ring.
Another just really power-packed class, and I went back to touch the top two just because I wanted to handle the first one again. In my mind, there has not been a better handling, more muscular sheep that's hit the gate than that one right there. If you want to know how one needs to touch for me, it's that sheep up at the front of the line. Just incredible in terms of handle, young lady, and then that thing is so stout, square and opened up, moves really, really good around here. You know, at times that one is not perfect in terms of the way that one transitions out of spine into hip, but that is getting hypercritical on one of the more unique ones that we've seen that's going to add some added spice and flavor to this division drive here in just a little bit. I like that one well. The one that comes in second is one that, you know, is just a notch better in terms of total balance and symmetry, just not near the power, the freshness as the one that wins. Young lady yours in third is good looking up front, long-sided and level design, just not enough to that one totally in terms of product. You've got a stouter one, young man, in terms of muscle and power. Doesn't get out of his hip and his hind leg quite as well. And the 1 and 5, really good in terms of body shape, got some muscle, gets too tight and tense in the top side of that spine. Another outstanding one on the top of this class. Give him a big round of applause.
Congratulations to the top two coming back from class 14, Millie Morrison and Tatum Adams. Congratulations to those two. In third, we have Lucy Summers, fourth. Mason Barrera, fifth. Colter Reese, sixth. Lincoln Stevens, seventh. Jet Polson, eighth. Clyde Lathan, ninth. In ninth place, Jamie England. In 10th, Brenley Ballard. In 11th, Caitlin Barchibald. In 11th, Caitlin Archibald. In 12th, Elsa Maurus. In 13th, Tate Mon. In 14th, Paisley Mon. And in 15th, Parker Ricks. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause. Class 15 is currently in the ring. That is Ty Mon, Davis Schobermeyer, Cruz Shelton, Chloe Summers, Joshua Bennett, Houston Boyd, Emma Jorgensen, Vida Wozniak, Hannah Merrill, Garrett Larson, Josie King, Lucy Brandt, Richard Wozniak, Elliot Reed, and Emily Brower. Let's give these kids a round of applause. Class 16, our last and final class. We need you to start making your way over the show ring. That is Cole Hansen, Jay Hansen, Chance Earl, Ryko Fredrickson, Liliana Malice, Lee Jensen, Jake Brandt, Oakley Hess, Tessa Hoxie, Tylee Henry, Peyton Adams, Hattie Frankham, Aurora Haywood, Josh Ballard, and Hudson Hoxie. We need you and your lambs to make your way over the show ring. Again, that was class 16.
well, we got a nice pair of sheep, and the deciding factor for me is if you study them in terms of their head, their neck, and the front one-third of their body, the yeoman sheep just reads more youthful and fresher, and one that I think handles with that fresh advantage over the one that comes in second. Is he perfect in terms of his hip and his hind leg? No, he's not, but he's a muscular sheep that just reads more youthful than the one that comes in second. The 1 and 2 is the one that I like in terms of body and power. I think that one goes a little better at the ground, getting some age and up front, one that's shorter in terms of neck. Just don't read that one to be as true in terms of freshness, both in appearance and when I touch that one. We've got 1 and 3 that's probably the best looking one in the entire class. There's not as much power, not as much shape, and that one gets a little sketch in terms of how that one handles the rear hog. The 1 and 4 is long-sided and level design, not as good in terms of body build or rib shape. We got a powerful one here at the back, got to be leaner and taller fronted. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to our top 2 coming back from class 15, Garrett Larson and Lucy Brandt. Congratulations to those 2. In 3rd, we had Emma Jorgensen. 4th, Brody Rattlesnake. In 5th, we had Chloe Summers. In 6th, we had Richard Wozniak. In 7th, we had Cleo Shelton. In 8th, we had Joshua Bennett. In 9th, we had Hannah Merrill. In 10th, we had Houston Road. In 11th, we had Davis Schaeferman. In 12th, we had Ty Mom. In 13th, we had Elliot Reed. In 14th, we had Josie King. And in 15th, we had Emery Brower. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause.
There's like 4 people that clapped.
Our last and final class is in the ring right now. This is class 16. Cole Hansen, Jay Hansen, Chance Earl, Riker Fredrickson, Liliana Maris, Louie Jensen, Jake Brandt, Oakley Hess, Tessa Hoxie, Tyree Henry, Peyton Adams, Hattie Frankham, Aurora Haywood, Josh Ballard, and Hudson Hoxie. Let's give the kids in the ring a round of applause. If we can get the class winners from classes 12, 13, 14, and 15 to start making your way over the ring for the heavyweight grand drive. That is Hayden Anderson, Lexi Adams, Ryder Hansen, Jackson Hansen, Millie Morris, Tatum Adams, Garrett Larson, and Lucy Brandt. Start making your way over the show ring if you are not here already.
truly an outstanding way to end. And it is very, in less than 1% of the times that I can tell you at a sheep show that the heaviest class is the strongest class of the day. And in terms of quality all the way through, this is the best class. And so that is to be commended in different. These top three are very good. Obviously the 1s and 2 and 3 are real similar, and the one up front is the outlier of the group. Depending on what your emphasis or your preferences are, you can juggle them each way. The sound-structured, best-looking one is the one of the gentlemen's up front, and that's why that one wins. Just so much more fluid and comfortable out here in terms of how that one goes. Really attractive and show ring-oriented, not nearly as stout, not nearly as opened up, and while that one handles good, doesn't handle in the same leg with these two back here. I'm just going to be honest with you, but I like that one's type and kind. I like that one's mobility more. The gentleman's in second is a really muscular, very stout one that still reads good in terms of freshness in her head and front end. One, though, that of the three, that one bothers me the most in terms of structural integrity. Just wants to roll from hock to ground, gets tight off either end, but one that is so special in terms of power and still have a great look. Young man, there are bodybuilders that are jealous of your sheep, I promise you. This thing is as stout and powerful and the best one to the touch that we've had in the entire show. There's no question about it. It is just there, and I love some elements about this sheep. Study that one in terms of head and neck. There's some age on that sheep. Get that one going. He just doesn't get out and go good enough compared to the top two. Those three are really, really good, though. This is going to be an extremely interesting champion lineup here in a minute, and all three of them are coming back for it. We've got 1 and 4 that's very solid, good in terms of look. One that's just got a little too much age and maturity up in terms of chest floor, not as good in terms of muscle. This is an attractive, good-looking one that loses power. Give them a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to the top three coming back from Class 16 to the Heavyweight Grand Drive. Chance Earl, Cole Hansen, and Jay Hansen. Congratulations to those three. In fourth from Class 16, we had Tessa Hoxie in fifth, Kylie Henry in sixth, Oakley Hess in seventh, Hattie Frankham in eighth, Jake Brandt in ninth, Hudson Hoxie in 10th, Riker Fredrickson in 11th, Peyton Adams in 12th, Aurora Haywood in 13th, Josh Ballard in 14th, Liliana Maris, and in 15th, Louis Jensen. Congratulations to those kids. Let's give them a round of applause. Currently in the ring, currently entering the ring, we have a heavyweight grand drive. From Class 12, we have Hayden Anderson and Lexi Adams. From Class 13, we have Ryder Hansen and Jackson Hansen. From Class 14, we have Millie Morris and Tatum Adams. From Class 15, we have Gloria Larson and Lucy Brandt. From Class 16, we have Chance Earl and Cole. We have Chance Earl, Cole Hansen, and Jay Hansen. Let's give these kids in the ring a round of applause. Right after this grand drive, we'll have the homegrown grand drive. And those individuals are from Class 1, Jonah Brunson. From Class 2, Cash Gotchner. From Class 3, Andon Ward. From Class 4, Hudson Nilsson. From Class 5, Blakely Bedrero. From Class 6, Howard Cawthron. From Class 7, Carson Craig. From Class 8, Matt Rindelsbacher. From Class 9, Savannah Jones. From Class 11, Riker Bunting. From Class 12, Gracie Butters. And from Class 13, Jackson Hansen. Again, the top homegrown lambs need to start making their way over the ring and lining up.
I got to say again, just how impressive the sheep show has been. I remember it was good a couple of years ago. This has knocked your socks off good out here. It is really, really something to have this kind of quality in every single class represented. To have the heavyweight division that is this stout from the first class winner to the last class winner. Normally the heavyweight division is bad, people. I'm just telling you. They're old, they're overdone. This is the best division by far out here. This is quality. So I know that I'm losing my voice, but y'all got to clap for these kids and show them some love. Really good. We started out in a strong way with a beautiful sheep that's got a nip to it. Young lady, you're just swimming with sharks out here and really can't compete, but that is still a really nice sheep out of Class 1. The one out of Class 2 is drop dead sexy, flawless in terms of structure, just moves effortlessly out here, handles good, and she's different and she's unique, and I'm fine with it. I just love so many things about that one right there because she is an outlier in so many different ways. Then we came to one here, and I said in that class that there had not been a better handling one or a more muscular one to that point, and at that point that was true. And then we had the two heavy hitters that ended up second and third in the last class, but that one was really good to the touch, still mobile, still powerful, attractive and youthful up front. I said in that class, that transition out of spine to hip is not dead perfect, and that is the little thing that I would just tweak and modify there some. We have one out of 4, really good in terms of balance and symmetry, one that still has enough muscle. I don't think is truly special in terms of muscle shape or delineation as the ones on either side. This one won the toughest trio that we've seen in one class all day because that one was sound and good looking, still had enough power compared to 2 other ones out here, maybe not quite as good in terms of touch and tone, but this is an awesome, awesome drive. There's an easy winner for me. It's Class 2. Congratulations to you. Here's those right here.
The Grand Reserve received a banner and will receive buckles. Those buckles were sponsored by H&H Livestock. They are on order, so if you are a Grand Reserve in your division, either in goats or lambs, please contact your species chairs for details on how to receive those at a later date. Also, everyone in the division drives received the buckets, and those were donated by Welco. So we want to thank both of those sponsors. Some money was found out here in the parking lot. If you come up to the announcer's stand and can correctly identify the amount that was lost, we will give it back to its rightful owner.
Was it $35? You're not. You like to look at it? There it is.
Okay. Okay.
Kenley Grange, your pig got loose. It is currently being held in a holding pen. So if you're missing your pig, it's in a holding pen right now. Your 2025 Grand Champion Heavyweight Market Lamb was exhibited by Ryder Hansen. And your 2025 Reserve Heavyweight Market Lamb was exhibited by Millie Morris. Your third overall is Chance Earl. Fourth overall, Cole Hansen. Fifth overall, Jay Hansen. Sixth overall, Ryder Hansen. Seventh overall, Jackson Hansen. Eighth overall, Hayden Hansen. Ninth overall, Tatum Adams. 10th overall, Lucy Brandt. And 11th overall, Lexi Adams. Let's give all the kids a round of applause.
Well, obviously, as I said earlier, a really good thing that you highlight and support the kids that breed their own and bring them to the fair. Give these class winners a nice round of applause. A really, really special part of the show. I'm in a little bit of a predicament here. Obviously, these two have done pretty well today, and so they're tough out here. And to be honest with you, it's going to be 24 hours before I see them again, and sheep can change a drastic amount in 6 hours, much less 24 hours. So I'm sitting here going, I hope they end up the same way tomorrow, but if they don't, tomorrow's another day. But I like them both exceptionally well. Obviously, very, very good. Today, right now, in this moment, I'm going to use the gentleman up front to be the champion, the young lady behind him to be reserve. Give him a nice round of applause.
Congratulations to your 2025 homegrown market ram exhibited by Andon Ward. And your 2025 homegrown reserve market ram exhibited by Hallie Cawthorn. Congratulations to those two. Let's give all these kids a lot of applause. That concludes our Market Ram show. Congratulations to all the kids that competed. Our beef showmanship will begin at 5:30, so be prepared for that.
Class number 1, please start making your way to line up. Class number 1 of our junior beef showmanship.
Your class number 1 exhibitors are Liam Moss, Judson Tillman, Annie Santana, Braille Smith, Ava Simmons, and Lacey Lauer. Your class number 1 of your junior beef showmanship. Start making your way to the ring if you are already not there. Lacey Lauer. Please start making your way to the ring. Lacey Lauer. Start making your way to the ring. We are ready to start with class number 1 of your junior beef livestock showman. Class number 1, Liam Moss, Judson Tillman, Annie Santana, Brielle Smith, Ava Simmons, and Lacey Lauer. Class number 2 of our junior beef showmanship, start making your way to the ring. Whitney Bear, Olivia Yonk, Sage Anderson, Trayson Godfrey, Ronnie Roten, and Brooks Hibbard. Start making your way to line up.
Well, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, as we start off with junior showmanship. There's 4 classes, and they've asked me to get possibly 10 in the finals, and so I'm going to ask these 2 kids to come back for the final round. Went through and talked to these 3, told them what they did well and what they could improve on. Please give them all a nice round of applause.
Olivia Yonk, please start making your way to the show ring. Olivia Yonk to the show ring. Coming back to the junior showmanship drive from class number 1, Judson Tillman and Ava Simmons. Class number 2 is making their way into the ring now. Whitney Bear, Olivia Yonk, Sage Anderson, Trayson Godfrey, Ronnie Rowan, and Brooks Hibbard. Class number 3 of our Junior Livestock Beef Showman. Please start making your way to the ring. Lars Burton, Rosalie Snyder, Claire Burton, Sadie Gibbs, Clyde Christensen, Timber Bailey, and Cole Simmons. Start making your way to line up.
Another good breed of junior showman. Obviously, these cattle are at feeding time. Going to feel a little rambunctious and a little frisky out here. I'm going to ask the top three to come back for finals, talk to the other two kids, tell them what they did well and what they could improve on. Please give them all a nice round of applause.
Cole Simmons, if you're not on your way to the ring. Cole Simmons to the ring. Real quick, all of those that are standing here by the entry gate don't have a job and you don't need to be there. Please find another place to stand. We're getting a little too congested. Making their way into the ring now, class number 3 of your junior beef showmanship. Lars Burton, Rosalie Snyder, Claire Burton, Sadie Gibbs, Clyde Christensen, Timber Bailey, and Cole Simmons. From class number 2, we have 3 exhibitors coming back to our junior drive. Whitley Bear, Sage Anderson, and Ronnie Roten. Class number 4, start making your way to the ring. Maverick Adams, Natalie Lauer, Mackley Bear, Grayson Sweden, Carson Lewis, Hadley Wilson, and Titan Noble. Class number 4, start making your way to the ring. For all of our beef exhibitors, Western Ag Credit is hosting a bread and fed competition. It's new this year, supporting local calves in the county. If you didn't sign up and want to go see if you're eligible, go check in with Chase by the drink stand on the east side doors. There's a $1,500 prize as well as a $500 drawing. Maverick Adams, please start making your way to the ring. Maverick Adams. One more reminder, all those folks standing here next to the show ring entrance, if you're not helping a kid, don't have a job, please clear the area. It's getting congested. We want to make this flow as quickly as possible.
Another nice group of junior showmen out here. We're going to ask the top 3 to come back for finals. Please give them all a nice round of applause.
Coming back from class number 3, Sadie Gibbs, Timber Bailey, and Cole Simmons. Entering the ring now, class number 4 of your junior beef showmanship. Maverick Adams, Natalie Lauer, Mackley Bear, Grayson Sweden, Carson Lewis, Hadley Wilson, and Titan Noble.
after class number 4, we will be doing the Junior Showmanship Grand Drive. So all of our juniors that did come back for the drive, please start making your way over to line up. Judson Tillman, Ava Simmons, Whitley Bear, Sage Anderson, Ronnie Roten, Sadie Gibbs, Timber Bailey, and Cole Simmons. Please start coming back around to line up for the Junior Grand Drive.
Once again, a very nice group of showmen out here. We're going to ask these 3 to stay in, and we'll bring the other finalists back. Please give them all a nice round of applause.
Well, wait till these guys exit. I think he's gonna get these.
Coming back from class number 4, Mackley Bear, Hadley Wilson, and Titan Noble. Entering now your junior grand drive exhibitors. From class number 1, Judson Tillman and Ava Simmons. From class number 2, Whitley Bear, Sage Anderson, Ronnie Roten. From class number 3, Sadie Gibbs, Timber Baby, Cole Simmons. And from class 4, Mackley Bear, Hadley Wilson, and Titan Noble. Class number 5, please start making your way to the ring. Bo Egan, Ellie Perry, Bryson Dent, Josie Black, Fred Christensen, Micaiah Smith, and Baylor Nelson. Class number 5, please start come lining up. I'm going to hurry in real quick. Introduce our judge this year. Ryan Rash has built one of the most extensive judging careers in the livestock industry, evaluating every major species, cattle, sheep, goats, and swine at top-tier shows across 49 states, as well as in Canada and Mexico. He has presided over prestigious events such as Cattlemen's Congress, where he judged multiple cattle breeds including Simmental, Santa Gertrudis, and the Wyoming State Fair Champion of Champions Invitational, earning a reputation for combining technical precision with an engaging, youth-centered approach. Known for his clear and insightful oral reasons, Rash has become one of the most respected voices in livestock evaluation. Praised for his ability to explain placements in ways that educate exhibitors while commanding the attention of audiences. Beyond the show ring, he influences the industry as executive director of the Beyond the Ring Junior Livestock Association and is a co-host of the Beyond the Ring podcast. Big thank you to Ryan Rash.
So they've asked me to place 10 in each division, and obviously we kept 11, so we've got a little too many good showmen and not quite a big enough ring. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to pull my top 5 out, and then I'll place the bottom ones, and then we'll rework these top 5 so they have more room out here. But I just want everybody to know what was going on so somebody didn't get overly excited too quick. But I am going to pull the top 5 showmen out, and then we'll rework the bottom and then the top. Please give those other finalists a good round of applause for their efforts out here. We have a missing show comb. If you happen to pick one up off the ground, it does have a home, so please bring it here to the check-in stand and we'll get it to its owners. I sure hope it gets easier in the next two divisions. I'm not going to lie to you. This is really, really tough. Excuse me. Give these 5 finalists a nice round of applause. I told myself I wasn't going to talk much because I'm trying to save what little voice I have for the next 2 days, but this is so good, I think it deserves some explanation out here. Showmanship is real hard for y'all to listen to and to take, because it is not easy to take criticism about Sarah or Steven the showman as it is Sassy the show cow. You can take criticism on that all day long. When it's the kid, it's different, and I understand that, and that's part of it. Showmanship is easy for me to judge because I judge it on one criteria and one criteria alone. If I had a calf here and I could pick somebody to show for me, the kid that I would pick in each and every division, that's who the champion showman is. It's not an obstacle course, it's not an endurance contest, and it's not a quiz bowl. And if you lack those things in showmanship, go on and give your seat to somebody else, because you're not going to like me as a showmanship judge at all. And I'm fine with that, because unfortunately for you, what I say this week is official, and you just have to be okay with it. But this is a really good set. I think it's super tight and super tough, and I'm just going to tell you that in the top pair, it can go either way, and it's probably going to be surprising. If I could pick somebody to show for me, it'd be you, guy. You're going to be the champion. This young lady right here is going to be second. Congratulations to her. Gentleman at the back is going to be number 3. Young lady right here is going to be number 4. Young lady up front is going to be number 5. Give them all a nice round of applause. Your grand champion, a junior beef showman, Jason Tolman. And your reserve champion, junior beef showman, Sadie Gibbs. Entering the ring now, class number 5, your first class of intermediate beef showman, Bo Egan, Ellie Perry, Bryson Dent, Josie Black, Fred Christensen, Micaiah Smith, and Baylor Nelson. Class number 6, please start making your way to the show ring. Bodie Lowe, Alyssa Smith, Braxton Lewis, Joy Wilson, Layla Christensen, Christian Weaver, and Hayden Anderson. Class number 6, start lining up. first to three heats in the intermediates. I'm going to ask the top three to come back. Give all 7 of them a nice round of applause, please. Coming back from class number 5, Bo Egan and Josie Black. And Bryson Dent. Entering the ring now, class number 6, Alyssa Smith, Braxton Lewis, Jory Wilson, Layla Christensen, Christian Weaver, and Hayden Anderson. Class number 7, please start making your way to the ring. Coyce Munford, Andon Ward, Phoebe Tolman, Trey Burton, Jocelyn Guimar, Dixie Christensen, and Emmy Bear. Another competitive group. That's top 3 are going to come back once again. Please give them a nice round of applause for their efforts.
Phoebe Tolman and Trey Burton. Please make your way to the ring. Phoebe Tolman and Trey Burton. Coming back from class number 6 is going to be Hayden Anderson, Rissa Smith, and Jory Wilson. Entering the ring now from class number 7, Coyce Munford, Andon Ward, Phoebe Tolman, Trey Burton, Jocelyn Guimar, Dixie Christensen, and Emmy Bear. This is your final class of intermediate beef showmanship.
Another good heat. I'm going to ask these four to come back. Please give these two young ladies a nice round of applause. Congratulations from class number 7. Coming back to the Grand Drive, Emmy Bear, Phoebe Tillman, Andon Ward, and Coyce Munford. Coming back, your entire intermediate Grand Drive exhibitors, Bo Egan, Josie Black, Bryson Dent, Hayden Anderson, Jory Wilson, Rissa Smith, Emmy Bear, Phoebe Tillman, Andon Ward, and Coyce Munford. As they finish making their way into the arena, let's give one more big round of applause. Class number 8, your first class of senior beef showmanship. Please start checking in. Beck Burton, Tate Olson, Mac Toulson, Enoch Rassi, Jesse Black, Kelton Campbell, Ty Roten, and Mitt Burton. Class number 8, please start lining up. Or as those other 5 finalists exit the ring, please give them a round of applause for their efforts out here.
Tate Olson, Enoch Rassi, and Kelton Campbell, please come check in for class number 8.
Well, the intermediates are really good out here. All of the classes had some quality. These top 5 doing a really good job. Give them a nice round of applause. And as good as they are, I think there are 2 that stand out. They're the 2 that as soon as they hit the gate, they just hit me exceptionally hard. I said, you know what? This kid's got it under control. They know what they're doing, and they're here to win. Those are the things that you look for. You know, you don't like to hear this in the stands. You spend 6 to 8 hours a day working on an animal, and it's all about the first 15 seconds. And you don't want to hear that, but I'm telling you, that is the absolute truth. It is all about that first 15 seconds, whether it's you in showmanship or your animal walking in the ring. That will set the tone and set the pace for everything else, and that image never leaves my mind or any judge's mind. So you have to be game on from the very beginning. I think the top 2 are exceptionally close. This young lady is going to be champion. Congratulations to her. Gentleman at the back is going to be reserve. Congratulations to him. Young lady up in the front will be number 3. Young lady right here will be number 4. Right here will be number 5. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your grand champion intermediate beef showman, Emmy Bear. Your reserve grand champion, Bo Egan.
Sorry about the correction. That grand champion was Hayden Anderson. Entering now class number 8. Your first class of senior B showmanship. Beck Burton, Tate Olson, Mac Toulson, Enoch Rassi, Jesse Black, Kelton Campbell, Ty Roten, and Mitt Burton. Attention all dairy exhibitors. Your commercial dairy heifer classes have been posted on the fence. Make sure to go check out what class you are in. Class number 9, please start making your way to the ring. Liv Jensen, Daxton Egan, Titan Hilliard, Gavin Criddle, Rainey Smith, Lexi Dent, Lane Christensen, and Ryder Nelson. Gavin Criddle, please make your way to the show ring. Gavin Criddle.
a big group and a good group, just senior showmanship with. We're going to ask the top two to come back. Give them all a nice round of applause. Coming back from class number 8, Jesse Black and Enoch Rassi. Entering the ring now, class number 9, Liv Jensen, Daxon Egan, Titan Hilliard, Gavin Criddle, Rainey Smith, Lexi Dent, Lane Christensen, and Nelson Ryder Nelson. Class number 10, please start making your way to the check-in. Carter Hale, Cassie Nilsson, Jesse Merrill, Kalia King, Riley Merrill, Nora Pickup, and Carson Craig. Once again, another very competitive heat. Seniors, the second of 6, going to ask the top 2 to come back. Give them a big round of applause. Coming back from class number 9, Daxton Egan and Liv Jensen. Entering the ring now, class number 10, Carter Hale, Cassie Nielsen, Jesse Merrill, Kalia King, Riley Merrill, Nora Pickup, and Carson Craig. Class number 11, please start making your way to the ring. Court Smith, Hunter Downs, Jason Tolman, Sam Christensen, Burnley King, Ty Black, and Lauren Christensen. another good team. These two guys up front are going to come back for finals. Give them all a big round of applause. Coming back from class number 10, Jesse Merrill and Carson Craig. Entering the ring now, class number 11, Court Smith, Hunter Downs, J.C. Tillman, Sam Christensen, Brinley King, Ty Black, and Lauren Christensen. Class number 12, please start making your way to the ring. Isabella Yonk, Ren Jensen, Rusty Christensen, Cody Chalmers, Howdy Merrill, Grady Tolson, and Jacob Harper. Isabella Yonk. Please come check in Isabella Yonk. Another very impressive week. The top two are once again going to come back. Give them a nice round of applause. Coming back from class number 11, Ty Black and Hunter Downs. Entering the ring now, class number 12, Ren Jensen, Rusty Christensen, Cody Chalmers, Howdy Merrill, Grady Toulson, and Jacob Harper. Class number 13. Let me try that again. Class number 13. Please start making your way to the ring. Maddie Turner, Briley Burnside, Brecklin Pulsifer, Eli Fletcher, Andy Creech, Caitlin Schumann, and Remington Roten. Another impressive group. Please give them all a nice round of applause. Once again, top two will come back.
Coming back from class number 12, Ren Jensen and Grady Toulson. Entering now, class number 13, our final senior beef showmanship. Maddie Turner, Briley Burnside, Brecklin Pulsifer, Andy Creech, Caitlin Schumann, and Remington Roten. All of our senior Grand Drive exhibitors, please start making your way back to the ring and get lined up. You are as follows: Jesse Black, Enoch Rassi, Daxton Egan, Liv Jensen, Jesse Merrill, Carson Craig, Ty Black, Hunter Downs, Ren Jensen, and Grady Toulson.
Good way to end the senior division. We're going to bring back the top two again. Please give all of them a big round of applause for their efforts.
Congratulations from class number 13, Caitlin Schumann and Maddie Turner. They are coming back to join us here in the Grand Drive.
Entering the ring now, our senior beef showmanship grand drive exhibitors, Jesse Black, Enoch Rassi, Daxton Egan, Liv Jensen, Jesse Merrill, Carson Craig, Ty Black, Hunter Downs, Ren Jensen, Grady Toulson, Caitlin Schumann, and Maddie Turner. Once again, we'd like to remind everybody, Western Ag Credit is having a bred and fed competition. It is new this year, supporting local calves in the county. If you didn't sign up and want to go see if you are eligible, take a visit with Chance over by the drinks on the east entrance to the show barn. It is a $1,500 grand prize as well as a $500 drawing. top 6 and the seniors. Give all the other finalists a nice round of applause. Well, another really great division, and the last one of the evening. Please give these exhibitors a big round of applause for their efforts. They've all been quite competitive out here. I'm not going to tell you it's a slam dunk because it's not. I think they're all very good, and at times every single one of them has been up there at the top of my mind, and at other times we're like, well, we might be fading just a little bit, or man, we need to get this right. But they've been strong and they've been consistent all the way through. As I told you at the beginning of the night, this just goes back to me for which one, if I needed an extra hand, or I could pick anybody at the show to show one of my steers, who would I pick amongst this group? And I think it's close. I picked the lady up front. Congratulations to her. Right here is going to be second. Congratulations to you, young man. Right here is going to be number 3. Congratulations to you. Young lady right here is going to be number 4. Young lady in the front is going to be number 5. We'll follow up at the end with number 6. Give them all a nice round of applause.
Congratulations, your senior grand champion beef showman, Caitlin Schumann. And your senior reserve grand champion, senior showman, Hunter Downs. we look forward to seeing everybody back tomorrow morning for our Market Hog Show, starting at 7:30 in the morning. Our Market Hog Show at 7:30 a.m. If anybody is missing a watch, we had one turned in. If you can come and describe it, you can take it back home with you. If you are missing a watch,